I'll go ahead and start the meeting here. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on August 13th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You're in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss 3 topics. First, a revision to the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Julie Comstock. Second, the appointment of an interim chief financial officer. And finally, an update with the Power with Purpose Generation project. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin the public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Good morning. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:32 a.m. to discuss 3 topics. First, a revision to the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Julie Comstock. Second, the appointment of an interim chief financial officer. And third, a Power with Purpose update. With respect to the revision to the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Julie Comstock, in June, the board approved compensation adjustments for Lisa Olson and Julie Comstock. After that meeting, however, it was determined that an error had been made in the information that was presented during the meeting, specifically regarding Ms. Comstock's current and proposed salary. The purpose of this revision is to correct the board resolution. A closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation information. Closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to the reputation of Ms. Comstock, and she has not requested a public meeting. With respect to the appointment of an interim chief financial officer, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve evaluation information regarding the person being considered for the interim role. In a closed session, discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to that person's reputation. The individual being considered for this interim position has not requested a public meeting either. And finally, with respect to the update on the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Ms. Henners?
Pogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, the motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics. First, revision to the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Julie Comstock. Second, the appointment of an interim chief financial officer. And third, an update on the Power with Purpose Generation project. No votes or other action will be taken. So at this time, I'd like to request that public attendees be removed from the WebEx event. So welcome to the public's version of the all committee meeting. Earlier before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, August 19th. The board meeting will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events. I also want to note that given the public importance of the July 10th, 2021 storm outages and response, OPPD will present an initial report on findings and lessons learned at the board meeting on Thursday. We will also have a separate public comment period on that particular topic. So please join us for that. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel, Stephen Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our senior management team and OPPD staff. And we additionally have several members or several attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Okay, we conducted a closed session earlier to discuss 3 topics. First, revision to the board officer performance review and compensation adjustment for Vice President Julie Comstock. Second, the appointment of an interim chief financial officer. And finally, a power with purpose update. At this time, we'll hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide the governance report. Director Yoder will provide a finance committee report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight committee report. And finally, Director Mulhoff will provide the Public Information Committee report. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you, Chair Bogner. And so this is my first time doing this. Thank you for the opportunity. As we are all, most of us are working from home, I'm just going to ask you to please be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your tripping hazards, cables, in my case, toys that may be on the floor on your way to evacuate if you need to evacuate. I will also recommend that you are aware of, if you're at home, if you're in your office, make sure that you know where fire extinguishers are. And if you're at home, make sure that those are charged and that you have reviewed the adequacy of those fire extinguishers. We are starting school for many school districts and many areas in our service territory. We will start seeing a lot more children on the streets. So this is a good reminder for those of you who are driving on the street to make sure that we are paying even closer attention on the streets. This usually happens right after the summer break as we start with school, making sure that we are paying attention at all times, especially for the little ones who may be on sidewalks and crosswalks as well. Unfortunately, we are still dealing with a pandemic, and we are still following a lot of health guidance. In this case, we continue to ask people to follow the 3 W's. And there was a 4th W that my predecessor, Mr. Burke, used to say, and I will say that again today. First one is watch your distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. The 4th one is to really consider getting vaccinated. This is really, really important. And as we see, our numbers in the Douglas County and the OPPD service territory continue to increase in number of infections and hospitalizations. These recommendations become even more important than ever. Lastly, if you are considering a project that requires any digging, please, it's the law. We ask you to please call 811 before you dig, or visit anyoneCall.com to get more information, and make sure that before you dig, you have this information. It's really, really important for your safety and the safety of our team. And with that, I conclude the safety briefing.
All right, thank you, Javier. All right, I will now turn it over to Director Moody for the governance chair report.
All right, doing a sound check. Can anyone hear me? See thumbs up. Fantastic. Okay, we are going to start with a governance committee chair reports. The governance committee met on August 12th, had a full agenda. I want to give a couple updates, and I'll be turning it over to a few people to provide some updates since our last meeting. So heads up, coming to you, Mr. Bruckner, here in a couple seconds. The agenda, again, we're very mindful of COVID and what's happening, and so we had a good discussion about what our plan is for the remainder of the year. I think a few decisions were made. First, we fully expect that our Tuesday committee meetings will continue to exist in this form and fashion, so they'll be virtual through the remainder of the year for certain. And we have what amounts to a budget of Thursday action meetings that we can continue to have virtually. So in essence, if I remember correctly, I think we have 2 remaining virtual meetings that we can hold. So in August, so this meeting will be in person, and then we're kind of going to continue to monitor the COVID situation and allow that to tell us what needs to happen. One of the things that we also discussed was the extent to which we can require attendees who are in person to wear a mask. We asked Mr. Bruckner to take a look and see what our authority is on that matter. So I'm going to turn that over to you, Mr. Bruckner, if you've got an answer for us with respect to that question.
Yes, Director Moody, I do have an answer. As I've advised the board and district management, the district would have authority at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center to require masks to be worn within the legislative chamber itself where the meeting is held. That authority, of course, would not extend to common areas of that building because it's a building that's managed by the Omaha Douglas Civic or Omaha Douglas Commission, Building Commission, but it would extend to the room itself. And I've discussed my legal conclusion on that point with a representative of the Douglas County Attorney's Office who concurs with that viewpoint.
Okay, thank you. So in order for us to require as much on Thursday, is that just a simple statement of policy that we, or is there board action required in order for us to take that particular stance?
Just simply a statement of, that is what you're going to require if that's what you decide to do. There's no requirement for formal board action.
So I think the consensus on the governance committee was then if we did in fact have the authority, that would be our preference. I'll pause for a moment to see if those board members not on the governance committee have a thought to offer.
I am on governance, but I'd like to just reaffirm here that this is CDC guidelines at this point because our community is listed as a high spread community right now. So vaccinated or unvaccinated, CDC guidelines reflect a recommendation to wear masks indoors in public. Sorry, clarification.
And I would concur that we would follow CDC guidelines.
Okay.
You know, guys, this is a very hot topic right now. Obviously, you look at the different school boards in the area and how they disagree. I don't think it's necessary to wear a mask. I do question forcing people who come to the meetings to wear a mask. I don't care to wear one either. I don't think it's necessary. And I don't know if this is a topic I'd be taking on right now here. You're going to have a lot of pushback.
This is Director Howard. I'm very comfortable with wearing masks, and I'm really glad that we're requiring them. I'm comfortable with pushback, and I'm comfortable with getting feedback from my constituents about the issue. But I think if they want us to continue doing this work, we need to make sure that it's safe for everybody to be in the room. And given the sort of the mutation time of the Delta variant, I wouldn't want to risk it, especially since we're looking at a deadline around whether or not we can meet in person or sort of being forced to meet in person at some point. It seems fair for us, for the folks that we represent, the people we want to be in the room, and for ourselves to ask everyone to mask up when we do meet in person.
Guys, I don't know. Look around. Do you really see that many people wearing masks? I don't. You go in the grocery stores, out and about, restaurants. Come on.
So Mike,
This
it's
is getting
not,
ridiculous.
yeah,
This is
I'm,
just
I'm
getting
gonna,
guys.
I'm gonna cut you off because it's just about following CDC guidelines. What our public is doing on their own time when they go to stores and things like that, that's their own issue. But we have control over this meeting and we have decision authority over how this meeting is run.
Can we put this to a vote then?
Sure, right now, go ahead.
No, we can't vote on a committee meeting. I meant at the board meeting.
Yeah, Director Kavanaugh, you would have an opportunity to request that this be made an agenda item, just as you as any director would. So that's the legal side of it, if you're asking.
Well, yes, can we do that? Can we go ahead and have this placed on the agenda?
Any issues with that? I have no
Let's
issues
have
with
the
that.
conversation. I mean, from my standpoint, that draws a heck of a lot of unnecessary attention to the conversation. But if that's what we want, I'm fine leaning into it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Craig, I stepped on you.
Go ahead, Rick, hop in there.
Well, it's grandstanding is what it is. You can tell from the conversation here that almost all the board members are happy with following CDC guidelines. What is OPPD? OPPD is an entity that's focused on safety. It's focused on managing risk. It's focused on care for the community. I think we have people that work here that go out in the bitterest cold. They do valiant things. How is it any less valiant to put on a mask? So yes, absolutely follow CDC guidelines.
So here's where I think we are. We don't necessarily need to take action in order for what is clear consensus, not full consensus, but the majority of us seem to agree that requiring masks at the meeting on Thursday makes sense. And then we can add it to the agenda and have a conversation about what the plan will be going forward. Mr. Bruckner, I just want to confirm that that's an allowable course forward.
Yes, it is. I'm going to suggest that I have an offline conversation with Javier and the management team as to the implementation of the direction that we're going here, but we don't need to discuss any further here at this time, I don't think.
Okay, that sounds good. I appreciate that. The second part of this that I want to make sure that we're all aware of is the discussion about whether or not, if a board member is uncomfortable coming to an in-person meeting, whether or not they can attend virtually and what the implications of that are, which is to say, if 7 of 8 board members, as an example, are present, one has elected to attend virtually, dial in via WebEx in the way that we have, and we've done this in the past. What are the implications of that? Is that board member considered quote unquote present? Can that board member vote? We've already agreed that they can participate, but whether or not they can vote in a virtual setting. And then do we need to announce that board member is attending virtually and provide that physical space and announce that that's a remote site for citizens to attend a board meeting? So Mr. Bruckner, could you provide us some guidance on that as well?
Yes, I can. And in my view, a director attending remotely in this circumstance can be counted as present. However, I think it's questionable under the Open Meetings Act whether that director can vote, or if that director votes, whether the vote would count towards an affirmative action. Clearly, the director could also participate orally in that matter. I don't think under the circumstances that we need to consider the location where the director is attending the meeting remotely from, such as a home or an office, to be a location where members of the public must attend. But if the issue were raised by a member of the public, the Public Records, or excuse me, the Open Meetings Act does require meeting materials to be available for members of the public. I just think under the circumstances, we don't need to worry about that because of the multiple means by which members of the public have to attend this particular meeting. In short, it's a bit of a gray area with regard to the remote location, but I think under the circumstances, we don't need to prepare such a location for members of the public to be able to attend.
Very good. Thank you for that. So noting just to reiterate so that we're all on the same page here, is that board member considered present? I heard yes. Can they participate verbally in the discussion? Yes. It seemed like Steve, you were leaning towards if they're voting, that perhaps is the where we would say it would probably no is the answer that I think you.
No, that's correct. I just don't. I think that that's questionable that under the Open Meetings Act, as it's been amended, that would be permissible. I wish it were otherwise, but I think that's the safest course legally.
Okay, so that's the safest course, which means that I know that in the upcoming agenda we have at least a few items that require a supermajority, so that means 6 votes to pass. So let me just ask board members at this point, for planning purposes, is anyone planning to or leaning towards attending virtually rather than being present?
I'm leaving that option open, but not because of COVID, but because of transportation issues.
Okay. Anyone else?
This is Director Howard. I would also leave that option open because of COVID. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Sounds good. So that's a potential 2, which means that we got to keep that in mind as we're thinking about how some of the what the agenda is going to look like. Okay, that's it for me on this particular one. I've already taken my 10 minutes, but there are a couple more things that I need to get to. In particular, just some really quick updates here. We did have a discussion about redistricting. Now that the census figures are out, they're going to go to the Unicam. I'm not going to walk everybody through the process here in the interest of time. I think the important thing to note for those not on the governance committee and for the general public is that we are exploring whether or not it makes sense for the board to add a 9th director. Now's the good time to do that. If we're redrawing the lines anyway, if it makes sense to add a 9th, then now is the time to do it. In essence, some of the key data that we've asked Mr. Bruckner and his team to pull together is primarily sort of doing what I'd call a landscape assessment to see how many constituents other elected officials represent. So we just kind of want to make sure that we're not way out of the norm. So once we have that data back, which I expect the governance committee can take a look at in September in our governance meeting, and I think the governance committee, perhaps not in September, maybe in September, will bring or develop a recommendation as to whether or not an expansion from 8 to 9 directors makes sense. Governance committee members, anything that I missed that's important there, and or non-governance committee members, any questions?
I have one, Steve. It seemed to me, unless the law has changed, as far as the number of board members or directors we have, I thought the law indicated you could have up to 8. Has the law changed in the last few years?
No, you can have more than 8, Director Kavanaugh. OPPD has had 8 for a long time, since the 1980s, when the former suburban subdivision was added, which was largely, as you probably recall, Director Kavanaugh, Sarpy County and some areas of suburban Omaha outside of Sarpy County. But the number could be higher or lower than 8 under the law.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Other quick comments or questions? Okay, very good. The last couple things, agenda item number 3, we had a very, very brief, which I would call it less of a conversation and more of a preview of what a conversation will entail when it comes to our strategic direction policy and how we're going to perhaps refine our monitoring report approach. So teaser for next month. And then finally, we kind of squished together items 4 and 5, which relate to the 2021 board annual governance assessment that all of you completed. Thank you very much for doing so. And then the board governance workshop, which is going to be in October. A couple key things to note here. So the report that came from the annual governance assessment, Scott and his team have looked at the results. There's nothing terribly earth-shattering therein. So rather than having a separate board discussion about it, what we're going to do is send all of you the results. You can take a look at them and then take those into account in consideration as you're having conversations with LRI, the consultant that we're bringing in again to facilitate those conversations. So just a heads up that those are coming. Please take some time to take a look. The other thing to note is that, again, board governance workshop is locked in for October, so you'll see some things starting to come your way in order to prepare for those discussions. Not going to go into detail right now, not necessarily extraordinarily important, but just wanted you to know that the ball is rolling on all of the preparation work there. Okay. Couple remaining items there, but we'll talk about the chief financial officer. So that concludes my governance chair report. So let's move on to the revision to corporate officer performance review and comp adjustment for Julie Comstock. Ms. Sedke, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Director Moody. So first, I want to apologize to the board and the members of the public, but an error was made in presenting this information when we did it in June on Ms. Comstock's pay, and we need to correct that. And so this is an amendment to correct that situation. The present salary for Ms. Comstock is $347,955. It was reported as $334,572. And what happened was, while we use PeopleSoft as our major payroll system and don't make a lot of errors generally, this little piece of the system where we do exempt executive pay increases is manual, and we use spreadsheets for this. And a line was left off the spreadsheet that was sent to the CEO, so we apologize for that error. But her current present salary is $347,955. We discussed this with the governance committee, and the recommendation was made to move to the proposed salary of $363,613, which just happens to be what we were going to end up with as her salary anyway through the two actions. We will eliminate the market adjustment at this point in time, so her salary will move to the $363,613 and put her at a 92.1% comp ratio, given the range that she falls into. And I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sedke. This was discussed in closed session, as noted earlier. Unfortunate error. The process has been corrected. The end result here is that Julie's proposed salary does not change from what we approved it to earlier. We just need to kind of tidy up the resolution to make sure that it's accurate. Okay. Speaking of personnel, let's move on to the appointment of interim chief financial officer, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Director Moody. So, as you all know, I have a new job, and my previous position as a chief financial officer is vacant. We are in the middle of recruiting for a new chief financial officer. We are conducting interviews and doing all the vetting process. That means that I really cannot effectively do both jobs as CEO and CFO at the same time. That would not be ideal. I am proposing to appoint Mr. John Thurber as interim chief financial officer while we conduct the search for CFO, while we make an offer, while the board approves the permanent CFO later in the year. The matters of the financial services business unit will continue to be managed by Mr. Thurber's capable hand. Mr. Thurber is the longest tenured director in the financial services business unit, has been with the district for many years, I believe back to 1985. He has a lot of experience and will also, in his official role, permanent role as Director of Treasury and Financial Operations, he would have been leading OPPD's efforts on all of the financing activities we have planned for later this year. That was key for me to appoint him as interim chief financial officer, because a lot of the work that the CFO would have had to do in the coming months would have aligned with the work that John was about to also do on all the debt financings. The board approved a resolution in June giving authority to sign bond documents to both the CEO and the CFO. Currently, that's just me. So by having this appointment and for the board to consider the approval of this resolution on Thursday, it would grant Mr. Thurber the same signing authority that I used to have in my CFO role. And it would really help having both Mr. Thurber and myself as having both signing authority over bond documents and these type of financial documents. It is not uncommon when we ask employees to act on these type of high-level positions on a temporary basis for us to compensate and acknowledge the additional work that they provide for the district. Mr. Thurber has a full-time job and he would be taking on additional responsibilities as a CFO. That's why I am proposing, and this is more of a notification item for the board, that I am proposing to provide a one-time lump sum merit payment equivalent to 10% of his current base pay at the end of his assignment, and that'll be $24,920. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, any questions?
I'll just chime in that I throw my support behind Mr. Thurber. I think he's extremely knowledgeable in this area and will serve the district well in this role ahead of securing a permanent CFO. And I look forward to working with you, John.
Thank you.
I should say continue to work with you.
Yeah.
I'll quickly toss in some gratitude, John. Thank you for taking on this role. You're maintaining the duties while taking this on. You have two very important jobs now. So thank you in advance for your commitment and the work that you're about to embark on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, we're going to move right along to the best places to work for you survey results. Easy for me to say. So I get excited about these results every year when I see them. Clearly a good indication of a level of engagement within the organization. So super excited to have you report on these. Mart, you're up.
So Mo, have we allowed Nina into the room? Mo?
Nina's made a panel.
I'm here.
Yep, I see her. She's there.
All right. All right. So it is our pleasure always to present the best places to work for you results. And this does give us significant information and insights into what our employees are thinking and feeling as we're moving through our culture work. Nina Swanson, who is our Director of Organizational Development and Change Management, is going to present the results for you today. And Aaron Brown is here from Quantum as well and can provide some insights and context as we need those. I know he does have to drop off, I think at 11 o'clock. So if we have any questions for him, we can get those answered before he leaves. But Nina, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you.
All right, let's roll.
Thank you, directors. It's nice to be here. So I just want to ground everybody and talk a little bit about how this definition of engagement is one that we've been using for several years. It is the anchor for how we look at measurement in our organization. Employee engagement is a strength of mental and emotional connection employees feel toward the work they do, their teams, and the overall organization. If you read out in literature, you will hear a lot of research on what engagement means to overall productivity, to attrition, to attraction, to all the things that are important to us as an organization. And so high engagement allows us as an organization to tap into really powerful talent pools. So this is how we've defined engagement for this survey. I'd like to go to the next slide. Just as an overview, I wanted to start with a summary so you kind of know what we saw, big picture. Just for information, the survey was open from June 7th of this year through June 25th of this year. And I'll talk about our response rates and overall favorability, but that was just the window, so you know where the data is coming from. The time frame was June of this year. Overall strengths that we wanted to highlight, first and foremost, is our overall engagement, our overall favorability, and our participation remained stable from 2020 to 2021. This is significant because you will begin to hear, if you haven't heard, but people who measure engagement and favorability in businesses are talking about the pandemic bump, which was in 2020. Many companies saw an increase in engagement scores and favorability because employees were feeling good. They were allowed to work from home. They were given some flexibility. There was an overemphasis on well-being and mental health. And a lot of employees responded to surveys very favorably because of that. Quantum, along with other survey providers, are beginning to see a little bit of a valley. I don't know if that's the right word for it, where in 2021 scores are lower for companies as they make decisions about transitioning back into workplaces, as they transition into what I call normal work schedules. All of those things are beginning to wear on how employees are thinking about work. So the fact that we stayed stable and even saw an increase is impressive and a good news for us. Second is our areas related to flexibility, well-being, and recognition continue to trend upwards. This pandemic is not over, so having employees who view us positively in that way is a good thing, especially as we move into continuing challenges with the pandemic. And our third bullet is that overall, our employees have a really strong relationship with their immediate supervisor. And this is an important, as we think about all the change OPPD is going through, as we think about what we are trying to accomplish as an organization, employees look to their local or most immediate supervisor for information and support. And to see those relationships is also a very positive thing for us. Opportunities for improvement that have emerged from the overall results. Perceptions around decision-making and professional growth or development declined since 2020. And these have flattened or declined for the last couple of years. We'll talk a little bit about kind of where those items are and what that means for kind of focus for us. And while work-life perceptions are positive, as I indicated in support, in our comment section, and there was, I'm going to get the number wrong, but 2,500 distinct comments, I think. We've read through all of them. We wanted to share, we were sensing from our employees some fatigue, sort of that long tail of the pandemic. And it was really coming out in phrasing around not having that connection with their peer group or their teams because of that lack of face-to-face. And just lack of sort of normal interactions they were having, which I think is true a lot among many companies. But we wanted to call it out because it's something that we want to focus on and keep front of mind, that even though we are giving people flexibility, they feel good about that, there is connection challenges or they're feeling disconnected. And then also, while our overall favorability among our different ethnic groups, or from a DE&I lens, if you looked at our overall favorability across all of our ethnic groups, you would see it's relatively similar, a little bit of change, but nothing dramatic. Where we see some bigger changes are in specific DE&I items, questions around belonging and fairness, specifically with our Black and Asian populations, which indicates that we might have a difference of experience versus an overall kind of favorability challenge. And it's something we want to keep our eye on. We continue to work on that internally, and we'll continue to keep our eye and use that as a data point to anchor that. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is just an overview of our response rate, which is on the left, and our overall favorability on the right, and you see trending up in all of them. Our response rate was slightly lower this year from 87.4 last year to 86. Anecdotally, I talked to many leaders across the district. As a pandemic felt like we were coming out, a lot of employees took a vacation in June and took even longer vacations than they might normally, just because it was feeling like it was, a good time to do that. Again, not a significant decrease, still a very, very high standard. 86% is still a really good response rate. And overall favorability, you'll see we ticked up 0.5%. So again, relatively stable. We did tick up a little bit in overall favorability, and our trend continues up, which is the movement we like to see. I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions before I go further. Okay, great. Let's go to the next slide, please. So our favorability, again, we continue to see favorability against all of the categories. So if you look down the left-hand side, these are the categories of the specific items within the survey. The blue line is 2021, the orange outline is 2020. In most instances, we actually improved in that category, or we stayed relatively the same from 2020. So again, just a further indication of how deep that trend is for going up. We continue to make upward movement, which is a great thing. Go to our next slide, please. This is our measure of engagement, and I'll show you the engagement items here in a level. And what you will see on the very top line is a very dark blue is how many people are highly engaged at OPPD, and it's over 51%. That is a great number of people who are going above and beyond, who are taking on additional work, who are trying to do new and innovative things in a constant way. The 37%, the lighter blue, is those who are moderately engaged. So our total engaged population would be around 58% or 88%, excuse me. When I'm working with leaders, I like to say the red line is one that you want to keep your eye on, and our red line has gotten low enough that we really can't even put a measure to that, which is great. The red line indicates people who are disengaged, and people who are disengaged often are at odds with the mission and vision of the company and maybe actively working against that and not advocating for those things. So to see that red line going down for us is also a really good indicator. We still have work. We can grow in our highly engaged and moderately engaged, which we'll continue to focus on, but it's a good number to have. The bottom 5 bars, just for your reference, are 2016 through 2021. So you can see the trending that we've done over the last 5 to 6 years. The very last 3 are external benchmarks. The first one is utilities, how we compare to all utilities that are in this database. The second one, the same size, would be across multiple industries, so not necessarily just utilities. And then same size top quartile, and top quartile is our target. So we have room to grow to get in that top quartile bucket, especially around highly engaged. And so there's opportunity to continue the positive trend in that area as well. Go to the next slide. So these are the 4 items that make up that engagement score, and you will see that we've stayed relatively the same. The 0.5 and 0.7 decrease on 2 of the items are not statistically significant, so it would be considered staying flat. 70% or higher on an individual item is considered top quartile for all of these items in engagement. We are in the top quartile for these particular items. So we have some really good progress. We have some really good scores to start from when it comes to how we measure engagement. If we go to the next slide. These are the drivers of engagement, and this is where we do our deeper dive. This is what we want to understand. What are the things that influence those 4 items? And when you look at these, there are 3 general areas: employee voice, feeling valued, and career outlook. And this is where decision-making and career come in. And you'll see that I've highlighted the ones that are under 70%. So those are areas for us to focus attention to, that we can begin to drive. We get higher numbers there. It will drive our engagement scores higher as well. And so we have opportunities around all of those. And you'll see in our recommendations, we talk about decision-making and career. So I will save sort of the general commentary of what we want to focus on, but just know that decision-making and career focus are 2 areas that we think if we can dedicate some time in the next year, we can move the dial in both of them. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I'll stop again to see if there's any questions or comments.
I just have one question about the career outlook.
Yeah.
Do you break this down further by certain business units, like, so we could?
Yes, we do. We do have a separate breakout by business unit. Yes.
Okay, because that seems like it would be important to
yes,
certain business units if that's an issue.
Yep. We do. We look at it across business units. We look at it across a variety of metrics or a variety of ways to look at the data, but we do look at it by business unit. Yes.
I'll ask a rejoiner if you don't mind. So the questions posed in the IC professional advancement and career development opportunities, I guess, how is that different than someone taking initiative and kind of seeking out things for themselves and then having organization support available to them, or knowing that organizational support's available to them? Do we serve it up on a plate, or do we encourage people to be seeking their own path? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what we have been doing, Director Bogner, is at OPPD is we have really, we're leaning into helping employees begin to own their own professional and career journey. At OPPD, it's a slightly different mindset. It's one that even outside of OPPD and other companies, there's always this expectation that I come to a company and they'll help promote me and they'll help move me. And while we believe very strongly that we have the responsibility to provide that platform and guidance, we also need our employees to show up with clarity around what's the kind of career they want, what's the kind of work they want to do, what are the skills that they want to leverage, what are the skills that maybe they don't want to really spend a lot of time with. That is work that we're continuing to work on. We do a yearly event called Empower My Path that we just started last year, which the intention is to give people tools to think about their career, so they can come more informed to the decision and make use of resources that we're trying to grow as an organization.
Great, thank you very much for that additional detail.
Absolutely. All right, can we go to the next slide, please? So these are the top 5 most and least favorable items. So by percent of overall favorability, we just wanted to give you a picture of what's on the top end and what's on the lower end, knowing that there's obviously a spectrum. The top end is where you see those my immediate supervisor. So those items related to my supervisor ended up very high in our survey this year. So our employees indicated a very strong relationship with their immediate supervisor, which again, given that supervisors set the tone, set the experience, are really the gateway for communication and for development, it was good to see those relationships so strong. On least favorable, you will see decisions and the future plan and the career conversation we just talked about in the driver showing up there as well. So that's where you see kind of how they fall out from a most and least favorable item. And go to the next slide, please. And then finally, the top item trends 2021 versus 2020. This just gives you a sense of where we had some of our biggest changes and our biggest losses, for lack of a better word, or numbers that went down the lowest or the highest. You'll see the top 2 are actually new items or revised. Every single year we look at the survey, we evaluate it to say what are the ways that we can ask this question in a more clear way to get data that's maybe more clear, or Quantum guides us. We have some survey items that over 7 or 8 years, we've never seen a change in the number, which then it becomes, are we really even measuring anything? So these 2 items we reworded in partnership with Quantum to get a little tighter. And they also, so from what we had in 2020, they did increase substantially. And then on the lower end, you see many of the items we talked about from decision-making and career show up here. Those are the ones that lost some ground as well from 2020 to 2021, which we highlighted. Okay, let's go to our next slide, please. So I want to just close with, here's some of the focus areas for where we want to invest some energy. We are in the early days of planning this. But we're working with SMT and our organizational leaders to really talk about how do we want to go after this. I will tell you, from 2020 to 2021, we did do some intentional work around our communications. And what I mean by that is, if in April, let's say, of next year, we do make a change, and it was related to feedback from the survey, but it took us a while to get there, we are trying to build in connections in our communication so people know that that change was made because of something you said on the survey. So we are trying to align communications a bit more. Sometimes it happens right away, sometimes it's several months away, but we are doing that work. Decision making is a lot of what we heard in comments, augmenting what we saw in the survey, is people are seeking clarity around who some of the decision makers are. We have so many things flying around, so much work getting done, just getting clear on who are the decision makers, so who is the person responsible for the decision, and then being clear about why the decision. And again, there's communication there, but it's also where our people managers can be stepping in and helping provide some of the context. Career development, a lot of the items that we're focusing on is connecting people to the future. We know there's a lot of work being done by our leadership teams, by the board of directors around where OPPD is going. Continually giving people avenues to see what that is, even though it's ambiguous and maybe not perfectly clear, and then giving them a venue and a place to talk about that, as well as explore opportunities is going to be important for us. And then work-life integration, continue our focus on that, and acknowledge that we do have some people who are getting tired of not seeing people face-to-face, that will also begin to wear on mental and emotional health, and we want to make sure that we're providing the right mechanisms to allow that connection to occur. And then DE&I, we're going to continue our efforts around what an inclusive environment means at OPPD, and really look at those experience questions and say, how can we make sure that we're creating the same experience across all of our populations, and we'll continue to work on those. So those are the areas, again, no specifics because we're pretty new to this, but these are sort of the high level areas that bubbled up out of the survey and that we will dedicate some time. So I can open up to questions, or Javier or Mart, I don't know if you had any comments you wanted to make on the survey in general.
I want to give folks an opportunity to ask any questions they have, so can proceed with that first.
I don't see any directors raising their hands. Are there any questions? No, go ahead. Oh, Craig, are you trying to speak? Okay.
I am, sorry, double mute. Perhaps I missed this early, but I recall maybe somewhere I saw that, you know, we've got an organizational goal to be top tier, and I think we were just like right at the top of the second tier. Can you just kind of summarize
yes,
where we are and how close we are to hitting our goal?
So that top quartile number is based on 2020 data. So it's a rolling number and it's a benchmark data. So when I talked about the pandemic bump, what that did is actually elevated it from last year. So we were right on, we're just slightly under it. So, and that's in this year in 2021 when scores in general are going down. So we're very close to that number. The number for next year will be based on this data, so it might be slightly lower. But because of that pandemic bump, we saw that overall quartile number went up because of that bump.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's super helpful. Mo, could you go back a slide? I'm interested in, and again, apologies if I missed this. Decisions are made at the appropriate level. I just kind of curious, that could mean that people are thinking that they're either made at too high of a level or too low of a level. I don't know if we've got any sense for what the interpretation there is.
Yeah, Craig, I would tell you based on the comments that we received that people believe that decisions are made at too high a level within our organization. Okay. There is a lot of work being done right now. Scott's group is doing some significant work on a delegation of authority policy for the organization. And several of our organizations, I know our division in particular, has done kind of a RACI model: who's responsible, who's accountable, who needs to support, who needs to be consulted, who needs to be informed on various decisions that occur within our business unit. And so we do have some levers we believe we can pull to influence this, and we'll be looking at those as we prepare action plans going forward.
Very good. Thank you for walking me through that. I appreciate it.
Director, the other piece, and I don't want to minimize these because it's really, really important, but I see these as another negative consequence of working remotely, right? We're employees, all of us are not in the room. We're not physically there when some decisions are made. So that lack of connection, I think, also starts spilling into the decisions and how I perceive the decisions that are being made. Sometimes I don't know, when I close down the WebEx call, who's making that decision? I'm not witnessing that there. So not blaming it all on the working remotely, but I think it's something that also bleeds into this category.
Yeah, certainly could be a symptom. That's a great point. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay,
I couldn't get off mute quick enough. Director Yoder, I think you have a question.
Yeah, I really appreciate the work that goes into this, the attention to keep our fingers on the pulse of the organization and to make sure that OPPD strives to continue to be one of the best places to work. I do have this question. It's kind of tied to that other governance discussion about monitoring reports, which this is not, I guess. What are the possible policy discussions or actions for the board subsequent to getting this kind of information?
So I would say that policy decisions are the board's to make, but certainly we are being very transparent about the fact that we did not hit our goal on this particular measure in SD8. We know we have work to do to get there. So if there are policy decisions that need to be made, I think the board needs to look at that. We have a lot of data to cull through. This kind of survey provides very rich, very deep data. And so we will certainly be looking to make recommendations as far as action that can be taken by the SMT. And as recommendations surface that we might want to make in changing the SD, we will certainly bring those forward to the board as well.
Thanks for connecting those dots for me. I appreciate it.
I guess I'm also kind of curious on that line of thought of, again, how many decisions have to be made at these high levels? How do we empower our staff to also shape and form the culture that we're wanting to get out of this, right? So there's a balance point there that we have to find.
True.
Yeah.
All right, anything else on this topic?
Thank you.
Nina, Erin, thank you for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep, thanks, Nina. Very well done. We appreciate it. And that concludes the governance committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Moody. We will now move on to the Finance Committee report. Director Yoder.
Hi, thank you very much. I won't take a lot of time here before I turn it over to John Thurber and others to explain the action items that we have and the reports that we have that will be unveiled and better explained than what I can do. What I wanted to talk about briefly was SD2 and the work that's being done on that. And I'll be very short. We are going through it bullet by bullet, taking about 20 minutes out of each monthly meeting with red lines that I've offered. We've gotten good feedback from all of the directors of the Finance Committee. If other directors are interested in what has been proposed and how those conversations are going, I guess I'm happy to talk with you about it one-on-one. What you will be getting for certain is a cleaned up and narrowed down on a lot of those red lines go away, as you might expect with something that I put together. But the will go away and you get a cleaned up version later this year for action. So that's all I have to say on the SD2. Other Finance Committee members want to talk about that. One point before I start working through this rather lengthy agenda. Okay. So if we could, I've lost my agenda for this meeting, but I think so. I'm not sure if we have a strong parallel between this August 4th meeting and today's meeting, but guessing that we do. Let's take a look at the block rate. Oh, and there we go. Annual report on the interest rate on customer security deposits. If we can, Mr. Thurber, and if I may, I didn't say anything earlier. John, it's been great working with you. I do appreciate the fact that you're moving into a new position. I strongly endorse it. I am comforted by your predecessor's expertise and your expertise. It certainly makes my job a lot easier. But having said that, we could move on to this item.
Thank you, Director Yoder. I appreciate that. This is our annual reporting item that we do to the board once a year. We report on what we pay our customer deposits. We hold them in a separate account, and it's really based on 90% of the last year's earnings on the funds. The previous year in 2020, we paid 1.75%. Well, you might have guessed, since 2020, interest rates have come down, and our earnings on this fund have come down. And if you look at what the formula indicates, our new rate starting on September 1st, 2021 will be 0.75%. So it did come down a whole 1%, but that was really based on what happened in the market over the last 12 months as far as our investments and the decline in earnings on our investments. So this is just a reporting item. Customers will begin getting the lower interest rate starting September 1st. Are there any questions? Great, thank you. Second quarter financial report, and this is kind of an interesting financial report. Really, the second quarter was a rebound. Obviously, the polar vortex occurred in the first quarter, and if you saw the attachments, you still see that as of June 30th, we show the impact, especially on off-system revenue and fuel and purchase power of the polar vortex events. Those are the big drivers that are skewing this. But on the in the second quarter, we did see a rebound, really in retail revenues. That was the big driver in the second quarter, and the warm temperatures did help. What you don't see on these reports, though, is the fact that our projections, our long-term projections, as of the end of June, really showed that we had completely recovered from the financial impact of the polar vortex, which is great news. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, and we'll be hearing about it later on, we had a July storm, very severe July storm that will impact us financially in the third quarter and going forward into 2021. But as far as the second quarter results, we ended up the second quarter with about $10 million of over budget operating income, and we ended up with about $16 million over budget of net income on a net income basis, or 17 million, excuse me. And so that was a very positive second quarter. We are hoping that the third quarter will continue to generate positive returns to hopefully offset some of the impact from the July storm. But that's for another meeting here in the future. Cash balances, if you want to flip to the next slide, are higher than projected. That's the big driver on that piece. And obviously, the board had given us authority to issue additional commercial paper, which we did in June of $75 million. And we also moved the decommissioned benefits reserve account into our revenue fund from our segregated fund, which boosted our cash balance also. We'd always considered the decommissioning and benefits reserve account to be part of our liquidity needs. This just kind of formalized that process. So, and then the last piece to just note is we're about $80 million below capital spend. And as you have heard, that's really being driven by the delays in the power with purpose projects. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that somebody has on the second quarter results. Again, positive news, and we'll see how things turn out in the third quarter.
I don't see any hands. Am I missing something?
Yeah, Director Williams.
There we go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the update. On that last item about the capital spend, you mentioned the below the target numbers that we've seen in each of the last 2 quarters. Are we expecting that will catch up over the next couple quarters, or are we expecting that there will be a reallocation to capital spend in other areas, or what do we think will be the corrective path forward for the rest of this year?
Yeah, we expect to catch up in the third and fourth quarters. Obviously, we're getting very close to finalizing the final contracts on the backup natural gas facilities, and so we expect to catch up and essentially end the year at about the budgeted level of capital spend. So we don't see any reallocation of this, at least at this point. And I'll ask either Javier or Laura if they have any follow-up on that.
Thank you. Director Williams, I think this is part of the power of purpose expenditures. And, you know, as we negotiate with different vendors, excuse me, that I want to remind you and the public that when we established this budget, it was September of 2020, right? So we were using our best estimates for the timing of those expenditures. And of course, the timing has shifted and we continue to make really good progress with capital expenditures. But I would say in this capital category, it's for new work, sometimes it's hard to pinpoint exactly which quarter, but I have a high degree of confidence that we will catch up in Q3 and Q4. Again, there's a few very large capital items I know we are signing, we're entering into contracts, so the money will start being spent here in Q3 and Q4.
Great. Yeah. Appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Take it you're complete, Director Williams. I am happy, of course, that we were made whole in June, and happy that that the cost of the polar vortex have been met. It is the reflection on that, and the double-edged sword is that those are monies that could have gone to new projects. So that's we're happy for it. Good report, and let's just hope we don't have any more weather-related events. Others?
Here,
okay,
here.
John. Yeah, John.
I agree with you entirely. Let's hope for no more weather-related events. Thank you. That's all I have on the second quarter financial results. I think next item was our quarterly review of our retirement plan report. And again, good news. You can see that we ended up the second quarter with $1.2 billion in our retirement fund, which is a record. I know we keep kind of saying that our amounts keep growing, and which is what we wanted to see. That's what the plan is. And so you can see that we ended up the quarter with a 4.2% return. The index was 4.3%. And the assets were really allocated based on pretty much the policy guidelines on what should be the equity percentage, the fixed income percentage, and the alternative investments percentage. Again, a very strong market. And what you'll see, we're slightly below the index return on a quarterly return. That's not atypical for us. Again, our retirement plan has really been set up so that we're willing to give up a little bit on very strong returns so that we don't have huge negative numbers in down markets. And so this is really just kind of telling me that the plan's working the way it should be, which is we're maybe not quite as strong on very strong quarters, but hopefully the net result over time will be that we will be further ahead when you look at a complete market cycle. The only other comment I would make is that we're just under 6% return year to date. And if everyone remembers, our goal is to be at 7%, and this is only for the first half of the year. So really on track to meet our targeted return of 7% for 2021. Again, feel very good about that. And we'll talk about one of the investment managers, AQR, that we are recommending replacing here in the next section. But happy to answer any questions you have about the investments in our retirement plan and the second quarter performance.
All right, Director Yoder had to step away for a moment. Are there any questions? I currently don't see any hands raised. All right, go ahead, John.
Well, I think the next item that we have on the list is the approval of a new retirement Fund International Equity Manager. That'll be a board action that'll need to be completed here on Thursday. And I'd like to kind of kick that off. We do have a very short presentation on the process that we went through on this. And I think, as everybody knows, we did have one manager, our current large cap international equity manager, AQR, that was placed on watch over a year ago. And as typical and as part of our investment policy, we give a manager a year to improve performance. And unfortunately, AQR was not able to do that as of March 31st of 2021. Again, our goals are to have the manager be in the top 40% of similar styled managers and to exceed the benchmark index net of fees. And in both cases, AQR was not able to do that. In fact, ranked pretty poorly. They're 85% on a 3-year basis and 83% on a 5-year basis of similar styled managers. And you can see the returns on a 3- and 5-year basis did not meet the index return. So with that, it's our obligation as a investment committee to make a recommendation to the board on who would be a good replacement manager for AQR. So we can flip to the next slide. Siegel Marco, who is our investment advisor, they are the company that provides us the service of reviewing the market and the universe of other managers, and in this case, other international equity managers. And Siegel Marco recommended 3 potential replacement managers that we could look at: Arrow Street Capital, MFS Investment Management, and Wellington Management. Wellington is also managing our mid-cap mandate for us in the retirement plan. All of these managers were recommended, and we do get a search book, a very detailed search book that goes through a lot of detail on each one of the managers. Whether the length of time that the portfolio team is in place, the amount of assets in place, the historic characteristics of the investments, the history over time of up and down markets and how these managers perform. And so based on this, we actually decided, we usually narrow the list down to 2 managers, but because we felt all 3 were strong candidates, we interviewed all 3 managers in this place. And so I'd like to turn this presentation over to our investment committee secretary, John Petroulis. He'll go through the 3 managers that we interviewed and kind of talk about those 3 managers, and then I'll come back for the recommendation. So if Mr. Petroulis is on the line.
I am. Thank you, John.
All right.
Okay, so the first candidate that was interviewed was Arrow Street Capital, and they're a quantitative manager. So AQR was also a quantitative manager, although obviously they have distinct models. Arrow Street's consistently had returns in the top quartile of managers in their discipline. They do have greater exposure to emerging markets than the other managers considered. So this is a EFA, which is Europe, Australasia, Far East mandate. So they have more exposure to emerging markets than the other managers, which can be both a positive and a negative. Their fees were a little bit higher than the other candidates, and they do not explicitly include ESG into their modeling. They have their models. They try to if they find ESG factors that they could include into their model, they would put those in there. But they, as of this time, they said they have not found ESG factors to include into their model. Next page, please. The second candidate interviewed was MFS Investment Management, and they're a fundamental bottom-up type of manager. They've had very good returns historically also, and they've also performed very well in down markets, which minimizes the losses, and that's a major, very important, I guess, for the pension fund to try to minimize losses. They have some emerging market exposure, but it's less than the other 2 candidates that were considered. Their fees were less than their peers, a little bit higher than the Wellington, but they are less than the peers and only slightly higher than Wellington. They do incorporate ESG through their entire process, so they are quite involved in trying to look at those factors. And they one other factor is they have their portfolio managers are located outside of the United States, which can I guess bring a different perspective. So next candidate, please. The third candidate that was interviewed was Wellington. Wellington's also a fundamental manager. Their performance has been good, but ultimately when we looked at it, they were not as strong as the other two candidates, as MFS or as Aero Street. They have a greater exposure to emerging markets than MFS, but they're less than Aero Street. Their fees were the lowest of all of the candidates, and part of that is that because John had mentioned before, they also manage a mid-cap opportunities fund for us in the pension plan, that they were going to combine those two plans and try to give us a break on the fees. And they also integrate ESG into their process throughout it. So as a fundamental manager, it's just a little bit of a different process than the quantitative managers. So that.
If we can flip, our recommendation is to hire MFS Investment Management as the replacement manager for AQR. And it really, you can see the metrics here. What I think really intrigued us was they are a fundamental manager. They look at each individual company and country separately and make fundamental decisions about them, as opposed to Aero Street, which was more of what I would say a quantitative manager, which uses kind of a calculation process of determining investments. I think we felt more comfortable with the process that MFS provided. And also the important thing is that they outperformed the market in all down markets the last 10 years. And there hasn't been a huge number of down markets in the last 10 years, but in those down markets, they outperformed the other managers. And that was important to us. Again, that's kind of following the theme of our retirement plan, is that we're willing to give up a little bit of return on the high end, so that when we do have negative returns in the market, that our manager is doing better than the market as a whole. And again, the goal is that over a whole market cycle, both on up and down, that the manager is in the upper 40% of that market. And MFS really provided a great downside risk compared to the other managers. ESG is integrated throughout their process. They use that as a very thorough review of the ESG components in making their investments decisions. They had a very diversified manager team. It was not just US-based managers. You had both managers and a diversified manager base, I would say, both here in the US and external, that kind of composed their main team of 5. Their fees were lower than the median, although they weren't quite as low as what Wellington provided. They were lower than the peer median of international equity managers. And really, we felt very comfortable that their process was understandable. And that's important to us. We got to make sure that we understand what's going on with our investments. We don't want to recommend an investment to the board, or investment manager to the board, if we can't understand what that process is. And I'll be honest, the Aero Street process was a very sophisticated process and was not nearly as understandable as the MFS team came through. So with that, each of these managers have been very strong managers over time, top third, top 25% historically over the last 5 to 10 years. So these are both very strong. All of these were very strong managers. We felt most comfortable with MFS going forward. So if I could ask, are there any questions about the recommendation?
Thank you, John. I'm looking to see what I can see. Board members, I'm not seeing any hands.
Rick, do you mind?
I see some hands.
I don't know why I can't see them, but
I don't
thanks.
know why not either. All right, we'll start with Director Mulhoff.
Yeah, and I don't have a question so much. I just want to say that they're really, this process and this investment fund is probably the highest priority of all of our retirees, and they watch this closely. And having participated in this process a couple of years ago, I just commend the committee for the great work that they do and making sure that we're investing our employees' money in a way that's beneficial to them. And so, just thanks, because I know this is a long process and it requires a lot of work and time investment. And John, to you and the team and to the committee, thank you for your work, and appreciate this presentation.
Thank you, Janice. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple questions for clarification. First, you mentioned ESG several times. Can you just make sure everybody's on the same page about that?
Sure. Each of the managers, in particular, MFS and Wellington, have kind of ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance factors that they look at companies, and how well they handle those items. Are they strong in environmental consciousness and understanding how the environment is impacted by their company? What kind of social programs do they have in place in regards to their workforce and how their customers are handled? And governance factors, as far as can people can things come through the board, or is the board just a rubber stamp for management on items? All of these factors are part of a process that the management of these portfolios go through and look at on the individual companies to say, are they strong in these processes or not? And the companies that are stronger in the process get ranked higher as part of the portfolio purchase process.
Right, and then I know that's become a priority, and there's a lot of discussion about that over the last couple of years. Do you have any comments about how individual companies or firms who select ESG, well-ranking ESG investments, how they do compared to other managers who may not prioritize ESG?
So, John, if I may, since that was something that I took on while I was the CFO. And thank you for the question, Director Williams. I think it's really, really important for all our audience and active employees and retirees to know, and for me to remind everyone that still the mandate for the Investment Oversight Committee is based on return and risk. That's our mandate, making sure that we have the highest return for the lowest risk for our pension fund. Now, to the question or the comment that Director Williams was making is, we, through the work with Sigal Marco and the work with the fund managers we interview and the ones that we work with, there is a correlation between good ESG practices and higher return and lower risks of companies. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not the ESG factor that we're after, but it's the risk and the return that is influenced by that ESG. A company with low ESG scores has potentially additional risk of lawsuits and litigation, not good governance, and so that all of those factors usually score negatively against a company when it comes to return and risk mitigation. So that's the link that we're making, and I'm very grateful. The board a few years ago mentioned ESG as a factor for us to consider, and we have considered. But I want to make sure that everybody knows that our mandate has not changed. Our fiduciary responsibility to our retirees and our active employees has and is still today the highest return for the lowest risk. And we're looking at it from yet another lens that ESG allows us to look at it. So thank you for the opportunity to comment on that.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. And it's been my understanding that, again, while that might not be the specific outcome, the correlation between strong performing ESG companies and that beneficial return risk ratio, that's been demonstrated in a lot of areas. So thanks for highlighting that. And then last question, you did mention the Trust Selection Committee. Can you remind us and the public again, who makes up the Trust Selection Committee, who has made the recommendation to us here?
Yes, thank you, Director Williams, for that question. There are 3 directors that are part of that. It's myself, Director of Treasury and Financial Operations, a Director of Corporate Accounting, and are also Director of Human Capital. Make up the official team with 2 executive sponsors, the CFO and the VP of Human Capital. And so
It's the director of total rewards, John.
I'm sorry. That's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's right, Mart. So that's the 5 people that make up the official group, and we do have union participation. We have a union member that participates and listens into the meetings, and of course, we invite the finance committee of the board to participate in the meetings when they're available.
I have a question also, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay. So about what was it, maybe 18 months or so ago, we interviewed to replace the fund manager for the small cap international funds. And during that interview process, one of the things that was striking about the particular investment fund manager that we selected, Global Alpha, was that they actually go and meet with company leadership that they are thinking about investing in. And so I'm just curious for the candidates here, do they have a similar approach where they're actually sitting down face to face and talking with the organizations and companies that they are considering for investment? What does bottom up research mean? I guess that's maybe
that
the
part of that is going out and meeting directly with the company management directly. And so that's one of the benefits that we saw in MFS as a fundamental manager, is that they do that kind of research. They meet directly with companies, as opposed to a quantitative manager that looks at as an investment as more of a, here's some numbers, here's what we're going to choose based on what the numbers are telling us. They look much more at the company and the long-term prospects as a fundamental manager, as opposed to just a quantitative manager, which is what AeroStreet was more engaged in.
All right, thank you. We can't hear you, Rick.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. John, I do have this question, and it was kind of touched on with the makeup of the trust committee, but can you characterize for us how retirees and employees provide their feedback for the performance of the fund, or if they do?
Well, we do provide information annually to all plan participants on how the fund's doing. Of course, we've got public information that comes out quarterly that is available via the public. The quarterly reviews that we do and the annual reviews with Siegel Marco are certainly available for all retirees and employees to view and see. And so we'll welcome any comments they'd like to make on performance. If anybody has any comments or questions, we answer a number of those throughout the year, and I'm happy to have them directed in my direction and respond accordingly.
Very good, thank you. Not seeing anything else. Yep, go ahead.
One quick comment, and maybe just re-emphasize what John is saying. This is the venue, right? This type of committee meeting, and then eventually at the board meeting, it's the venue for us to get that feedback, because this fund serves both retirees and active employees, right? And for us to open a process internally just for active employees would not incorporate retirees. So this is probably the best venue we have for us to collect that type of feedback from everyone affected by the plan.
Wonderful, thank you. With that, let's move on to the next item, which I believe is the rate 483.
Thank you, Director Yoder. And this is a response to a change that was made in June to the rate rider 483. And we did relook at the possibility of going from 25 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts. and we are recommending that we go ahead and make the rate rider change from 25 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts. I think there was a letter that was sent out, Brattle agreeing with the change, and obviously it's supporting our ability to provide a more diverse and distributed generation resource out there for customers. So with that, I really don't have much in the way of any kind of a presentation. This will be a board action item at the board meeting here in a couple of days. It's just a very simple change on that, and we did do due diligence on that, and we can support the change without significant impact to us financially as an organization or operationally as an organization.
John, thank you very much. I just wanted to express my gratitude for management's response to the kind of board's questions about the 25 versus 100. I thought it was, the question was raised and management did a great job in investigating and responding. I am hopeful that this will pass on Thursday. Again, thanks very much to management for working on this and giving us the information we need. Director Williams, you have a comment, question?
Yeah, if it's all right, I do have some questions about how this, well, it might be a small impact at this time, but about the relation to resource planning and some of the other ongoing work. I guess the first question, for those who might not be as familiar, a 100 kilowatt solar or other renewable system that might be eligible here, can someone give us a brief idea of what that might look like if we change from 25 to 100 physically or from a use perspective, just so that we're aware of the type of impact that this change to the rate rider might have?
I'm going to be looking to see if someone on the senior team or Mr. Underwood has some information regarding that, because fortunately I don't have that information at hand.
Julie, anyone on your team that would like to chime in and comment on this?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have Kirk SD on the call today. So I guess that's something that we can provide at a later date. I apologize, we didn't have that information available.
No problem, Julian. And I apologize for not proactively notifying you ahead of time about a question that jumps from finance over to something more like resource planning. I guess the bottom line that I'm looking at here is that 100 kilowatts is significantly larger than any individual residential installation. This is more similar to probably like a commercial or maybe a rural type of a distributed generation installation. And so I think that is probably where the potential for additional projects that would be eligible would fall. Is that a kind of a general correct summary of the potential impact?
Yes, Director Williams, that would be correct. And we're talking about parking lots or large commercial infrastructure with large services on rooftop, for example. One thing that I would like to mention here is that while this seems like a small change and an easy change, it's one that we wanted to make sure that we ran through all of the financial impacts of this, and have Brattle, the board's rate consultant, opine on this. And I think part of in alignment with what Brattle said, this is a good change that allows an expansion of distributed generation and more rooftop solar of going from 25 kW to 100 kW. But there is a downside, and it's something that Brattle specifically asks us to monitor as these takings of these rate rider 483 continue to increase. At some point, the risk of intra-class subsidization, meaning some residential customers or some commercial customers paying more than others because of the net metering structure, is something that may become more evident. So it's something that we will continue to monitor. So that's a long way of saying this is one of many evolutions on net metering. I think it's a good one. It promotes more installations, but it also comes with some risks that we will continue to monitor and continue to develop good rates and policies that promote that type of resource, while at the same time is cognizant of the potential intra-class subsidization. So that's just the other side of the coin that I think we're ready to make, and we will continue to monitor going forward.
Yeah,
I appreciate.
Director Williams has another question. Janice, I will get to you.
Javier, I appreciate that clarification, and I've spoken many times about my personal support for additional distributed generation and updates to policy that can move us in that direction. I think the resource planning discussion maybe we'll save for the systems committee, and I think there'll be some opportunities to discuss there as well. But from the financial perspective, I think that I hear your concern, and I know we have talked about this a number of times in the past. I believe that we are at significantly more risk of doing not enough rather than too much in the direction of financial policies which support distributed generation toward our long-term goals of both resilience and decarbonization within the organization. And so I know that Brattle has expressed that concern in the past, and I appreciate hearing it again. At this time, I very much appreciate the work that staff has done to evaluate this change and move in the direction of supporting additional distributed generation under the net metering rider 483. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I look forward to seeing this implemented.
Are you complete, Director Williams? Director Mulhoff.
Sure. So one of the groups of people that this really will benefit are certainly rural areas of our farmers and small businesses, because these are not 100 kilowatts, not going to be economic for residential necessarily unless you're really high user of electricity. So what this does is it supports our farmers and small business owners who really want to lower their carbon footprint and lower their kind of monthly expenses on electricity. So I think this is an important step, and but I do appreciate that we went forward with the battle group recommendation and got their expertise on this to make sure that we were not having an adverse financial effect on the utility. So thank you for this, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. It looks like a small change, but I know that behind the scenes there was a lot of work that went into getting to this point. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Yes, I'm excited about this, and I think back to Director Williams in our discussions at some point, and Julie, I don't know how much more information might be available on Thursday, but I recall that hearing that it's just as likely that we'll see a larger number of 25 to 30 kilowatts as probably more likely that we'll see at the smaller end an increase than a huge flood of maxing out an 100 kilowatt application. So, but who knows? We'll find out. I'm just thrilled at the swiftness of the response here and that this has moved forward. Okay, well, Director Bogner, we talked about schedule.
I'm actually, Javier, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yep.
Well, if I may, just to go back, just as a matter of governance, at the June meeting, we talked about this potential of changing, right? And I remember telling the board I wanted to run these by our distribution engineers, making sure that from a safety perspective, on the systems perspective, we were ready to make the change. We've talked about the financial piece a little bit, but from the systems perspective, I would like to just close that loop and have Troy just mention a little bit about the system piece and why we're okay making this change right now, just so that we can close that loop.
We can't hear you, Troy.
How about now?
Yes.
There we go. I had to switch from my computer to another source for a mic. So as Javier was kind of alluding to, The thing that we'll have to definitely keep an eye on though is the location of these, the system around it. You know, as you add larger facilities that can cause changes or needed changes to the distribution grid specifically for many of those. So active coordination between the utility and whoever is looking to expand their systems will be super important. And it may drive changes in transformer sizes or the way we have constructs set up for the distribution in certain areas. I didn't want to let that go unnoted because it could potentially have impacts there, specifically if it's a customer that may be producing more than what their load source is at their facility or at their location.
Thank you, Troy, and thank you, Javier, for making sure that that was observed. It's a big machine, and it's complicated, and I do appreciate that you let us know about the intricacies. Thank you. Any other final words on 483?
Rick, from the language we're seeing here, I do think that we recently made a change about the way that we refer to these types of projects from distributed generation to customer-owned generation. Is an update to the language there necessary also, or could staff clarify? Do we still use the term DG, or are we using the term customer-owned generation for all of these types of projects at this time?
Good question.
In all of our, I'll say our customer facing language, and I'll say maybe this is an oversight on the rate language itself, but we did shift to customer owned generation because that was language that resonated with our customers when we did our stakeholder processes with them. So we can go back and I guess evaluate if we need to change it here as well. But again, any customer facing documents that we have are typically referring to customer owned generation.
Right. I know we did the rate manual clarification updates recently. I wanted to make sure that we stay in line with that as we have different terminology or potentially different terminology so that everyone understands what we're referring to. But thank you, Julie, for looking into that.
Yeah, it's a good point. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, last call. Okay, very good. Good point, Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. So we're running a little early, but our next topic is slated for 60 minutes. So I think that what I'd like to do is break for lunch here, and we'll do a 30-minute lunch. So if it's 11:40 now, so let's plan to return at 12:10, and we will continue with the block rate update at that time.
is Mart. I'm here.
Hi, Mart.
Hi.
Mart.
Hi.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started in about a minute. Okay, welcome back. I am receiving a notice that my internet connection, excuse me, is not stable, so hopefully I'm okay. But we'll go ahead and get started off with the, well, Rick, I can turn it back to you, but I think you're just going to kick it to Julie.
You're absolutely right, and maybe even to you, since the whole thing started last year. But yes, let's turn it over to Julie.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'll say this seems like it started years ago, because it did. The conversation about removing the declining block rates really was talked about just after we implemented the service charge changes back in 2016. And so it's something that the team had been exploring. And while initially it was believed that it would be a relatively easy change, as the team dug into it and understanding the impact that it would have, and where we're heading strategically, and where we believe we're going to go with our rates in the future, our pricing and products and programs that we would have available to customers. We've tried to take a broader, more holistic view of what it would mean to remove the declining blocks. And so most recently, about a year and a half ago, the team kicked off an effort to really dive in and understand what the impacts would be of removing the declining blocks, and then, you know, the next step to that would be, what would we have to have in place to minimize the impact to those customers that are greatly impacted by it. And so the team has done a fantastic job. I would say we have way better analytics. We still have a long way to go, but I'm really excited about the analysis that the team has been able to do with this proposed change to a rate structure, so that we do have a much better understanding of the impact that it will have on customers. And that's what they're here to present to you today, is what that deep dive analysis found, what we heard when we worked with our customers and spoke to our customers about the potential for the removing of the declining blocks. and then marrying that with what our strategic vision is for where we plan to go. And so the team's going to make their recommendations and step us through what that looks like. So I'm going to turn it over to the team. And I'm not sure, I see Beth is on, so I'm assuming Beth and Paul will be presenting some of the details, and Brad Underwood and Heather Siepken then will wrap it up with our recommendations.
Good afternoon. Let me first thank you for the opportunity to present the findings and our recommendations to the group. I'm Paul Fortney. I am the manager of product management at OPPD, and I'm going to be co-presenting with Beth Hoyle, who is the manager of pricing and rates here at OPPD. At the end of the presentation, like Julie said, we're going to hand it over to Heather Siepken, who is the director of product development and marketing, and she's going to walk us through the look ahead, outline our vision and strategy, and help us bring it home and kind of tell you how we would recommend that we accomplish the goals and recommendations for this project that we're going to present here today. I'm going to quickly walk through the approach and how we approach this project a little bit different than maybe some past rates projects. Then Beth's going to go into the data analysis and really tell you what we found and what the basis of our recommendation is. And then I'm going to come back at the end and I'm going to lead you through those conclusions and the recommendations. So Julie talked about the fact that we were assigned, OPPD was asked to go look at removing the block rates and see what impact it would have. So a little over a year ago, we formed a cross-functional team to perform that analysis. And again, we departed from the standard rates project, which is more numbers and finance based. And we use the framework that we use in product development and marketing on a daily basis to create products, to really take a more holistic view of the project. We really wanted to understand the goals, understand how we could implement it, ultimately understand what impact it would have on our customers, and be able to make a really well-informed decision. On the bottom left-hand side, you can see the departments that are represented by that cross-functional team. Again, we had a lot of SMEs and a lot of involvement from a lot of different areas within OPPD, again, to get that well-rounded view. And then on the bottom right-hand, we have a brief outline that kind of shows some of the steps within the framework we use within product development and marketing. And I'm just going to outline a few of those real quick. You know, we started with an analysis around the problem statement and the vision. We really wanted to understand what a good outcome might look like, and we really wanted to understand what is possible. Let's not put up walls or make decisions up front about what we're going to do and how we're going to move there. Everything was really kind of on the table. We went to a research phase, and we wanted to take a look at past rate changes. We wanted to see what went well, maybe what we could learn from, and if we were going to remove the declining blocks, how would we do that in an orderly fashion that would not impact customers or limit the impact on the customers as much as possible. We then did a bunch of research. It was in two phases. We did industry research. We went out and we talked to a bunch. We did a survey, and then we went out and did interviews with a bunch of peer utilities. We wanted to understand what the rate structures look like. We wanted to understand if they had a declining block structure. If they did, was it in force? And if so, why did they still have it? If they removed it, we wanted to know what their decisions were based around and what the outcome was, and if there were any lessons learned around that. We also reached out to our customer base, both internal customers. We talked to our employees who are customers. We also talked to external customers. We did surveys, we did focus groups, and we did interviews. And we really wanted to understand, first and foremost, what do they know about our rate structures? We wanted to know about their attitudes towards that, how they interact with us, what they know about it. We also wanted to know where they wanted to see us go in the future. How would they like us to build them, and how would they like to interact with us? So we wanted to try and understand what that looked like as well. Finally, we did a bunch of data analysis. And again, we really wanted to understand, if we remove the block rates, what was going to be the impact, not only positive and negative, but we also wanted to understand who were those customers that were going to be impacted. What do they look like? And were there alternatives that we could do, either different rates and or other product options that maybe we could stand up quickly to lessen that impact? Next slide, please. So I talked about the fact that we went out and did focus groups and surveys, and we talked to external customers. Again, we wanted to understand what they knew about our rates. And these were some of the highlights of what we found. First, we found that customers had little knowledge or understanding about OPPD's rates, and that included the declining blocks. They had a desire for transparency. They wanted to know what they were being billed and what were the components and how were they being billed. But more importantly, they also talked about wanting to have choice. They wanted to be able to decide how and when they use electricity. And then they wanted to know how those behaviors, or if they change their behaviors, how that could have an impact on their monthly bill. You know, they talked about the fact that the bigger the change we make, the more education and outreach we need. They talked about the fact that if we do a bunch of different things at one time, make a lot of changes all at once, that they tend to get confused. They also feel like maybe OPPD is just changing rates all the time. And in particular, it felt like maybe we're increasing rates on them all the time. So a lot of activity really meant that we needed to slow down and educate them and do a lot of outreach so they could understand exactly what we were doing and why we were doing the things we were doing and what effect it would have on them. Again, they didn't have a lot of knowledge about the declining blocks. Once we informed them of that rate structure and talked to them about what that meant, they did say that it leaves a perception that it does not promote energy efficiency and conservation. And the last thing I wanted to point out was they had an awareness that when we make rate changes at OPPD, that those have an impact on our vulnerable customers. And they asked that we consider that impact on that customer class when we make those changes. Next slide.
Good afternoon. I'm Beth Hoyle. I'm the manager of pricing and rates. I'm going to start by going through the rates guiding principles. This is what we need to take into account when setting rates or making structural changes to our rates, and think about how they impact our strategic directives, especially SD2 rates. The current principles we need to adhere to for SD2 are maintain fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory rates, which is stated in our Nebraska state statutes. Equitably assign costs across and within all customer classes, monitor affordability indicators, pursue rate process and structure changes to reflect the cost of energy when it's used, offer flexibility and options, and be simple and easy to understand. And I'd like to touch base on one of these principles in a little more detail that started to stick out more when we were talking about removing the declining energy blocks. Mo? And that principle is equitably assigning costs across and within all customer classes. How we accomplish this is dependent on the rate structure, the metering technology we have, and the similarities between customers. The service charge increase and the energy charge decrease for small commercial and residential classes was a step towards more equitably assigning costs within those classes. You can see in the table that right now we are partially recovering the demand costs in our commercial and residential classes. The service charge recovers a portion of the demand costs or the fixed costs for our small commercial and residential customers, and the remaining demand costs are recovered in the energy component of those rates. The current service charge for residential customers is $30 a month, but the actual fixed charge per customer is more than that, and we collect those fixed charges in the higher two tiers of the block rate. So we started to think about, if we remove the declining energy blocks, how does this affect this principle in SD2, and are we potentially getting further away from equitably assigning costs within those customer classes? Mo, next slide. Next slide, Mo. So I'll go over a quick summary of the energy charges for a residential standard rate 110 and small commercial non-demand rate 230. You can see that for a residential rate 110, there is a flat rate during the summer months at 9.36 cents for all kilowatt hours used. And then during the non-summer months, there is the declining block in the 3 tiers. For a small commercial non-demand rate, 230, there are 2 tiers for both the summer and the non-summer months. The amount in the tiers varies between the seasons. And we currently have a little over 300,000 customers on our residential standard rate 110 and a little over 38,000 customers on our small commercial rate 230. So when we talk about removing the declining energy blocks on rates 110 and 230, this would impact over 85% of our total customers. Some will be positively impacted and some customers will be negatively impacted, and that is what we will go over in the next slides. Next slide. But before we go into the data, I wanted to go through some of the definitions of terms you'll be seeing in the following slides. You'll see a chronic disconnect notice, which is a customer that receives 3 or more disconnect notices during the time frame that we looked at. One disconnect notice could just be that a customer forgot to pay, but 3 or more really shows a pattern of a customer potentially having difficulty paying. An energy assistance payment is a customer that received received assistance through one of our available programs, and that's going to lead us to what we will be referring to as a vulnerable customer. This is a customer that received an energy assistance payment and or a chronic disconnect notice. Those customers that received an energy assistance payment are customers that we know are 200% below the federal poverty level. And then again, the chronic disconnect notice shows a pattern of a customer potentially having difficulty paying their bill. We know these customers are already needing assistance or needing to make payment arrangements with their utility bill. So an increase to their bill could impact those customers more. All other are customers that are not defined as vulnerable. And then we have all electric. These are customers that are coded as being all electric or having electric heat in our customer system. These customers are on our residential standard rate 110 because they do not have a qualified heat pump to be on our residential conservation rate 115. Historically, we used to keep track of all electric customers when the service was installed. However, it was discovered that we weren't using this information, so over time we discontinued maintaining that data. So we know that this is just a sample of the all electric customers that we have in our service territory. But we wanted to show this in the analysis because they are some of the most negatively impacted customers, and they are a big part of the story we needed to tell. This is when we really started to change our focus on do we remove the blocks or not remove the blocks and focus on opening it up to look at the bigger picture and making sure we're being consistent in our message throughout all of our initiatives. Next slide. So the analysis was performed using 2018 usage data on 233,841 residential rate 110 customers in 2018. These 233,000 customers are customers that had 12 full months of usage in 2018. 34,630 of the 233,000, or 15%, were identified as being negatively impacted if the non-summer blocks were removed. If we applied that same proportion of 15% to the full 290,000 rate 110 customers, there would be an estimated 43,000 negatively impacted customers. The other 85% of customers would see a slight monthly bill decrease between $0 and $4. But this would be a revenue neutral change, so the 250,000 customers receiving a small benefit would be offset from an increase from only 43,000 customers. And we used 2018 data because it was an extreme weather year and would show more of a worst case scenario for the impact to customers. Next slide. So even though an overwhelming number of customers, about 85%, would experience a favorable change if the declining energy blocks were removed, the favorable impact is negligible. Again, less than $3 or $4 per month. Of the 34,630 negatively impacted customers, we found that almost 20% of them are vulnerable. And vulnerable, again, is a customer that received an energy assistance payment and or 3 or more disconnect notices. 21% are coded as being all electric. Those 7,422 customers are only a sample of the all electric customers in our service territory, but those all electric customers account for 34% of the total dollar impact from this change, and they also account for 45% of the customers that will see an impact or an increase of greater than $30 per month. So our all electric customers are some of the most impacted customers with this change, and these are just the customers that we know are all electric. 35% of the negatively impacted customers are over the age of 60, and 12% of those customers are vulnerable. And we included this because those customers might be on a fixed income and might not be vulnerable now, but this change could potentially move them into the vulnerable category. And then we did identify a direct correlation between negatively impacted customers and the size and the age of the home. Older homes tend to be less efficient and therefore correlated with energy efficiency. And this remained true for the vulnerable customers, but the age of the home increased and the size and the home value decreased for vulnerable customers. Next slide. A couple of the initial opinions regarding removing the declining energy blocks were that it gives the perception that this structure encourages increased consumption and that removing the declining energy blocks will only impact larger homes that use more and therefore should pay more. And then we really went into the data. We performed a thorough analysis of our service territory. We divided our service territory into sections with equal customers in each section. The section data looked at customer usage data, customer information, as well as property attributes, which was a first for OPPD. And 3 findings started to emerge through the data, and they are older, smaller, less efficient homes will be affected just as much as larger homes. Demographic data shows larger homes, but there are still vulnerable customers affected. And a change in blocks with no alternative offering will negatively impact all electric customers by sending an inconsistent price signal that may discourage electrification. And we will go through each one of these findings in the next slides. We also found that there is a stronger correlation between usage and thermodynamics than there is with usage and income. And thermodynamics within this context measures the overall efficiency of the home. And a good measure of this is the HERS rating, or the Home Energy Rating System, which is a residential housing industry standard that measures a home's energy efficiency. Because of the attributes of the customers who will be negatively impacted, removing the declining blocks may not result in the ultimate goal of reduced usage. Next slide. So the first finding we'll go through, again, we split up the service territory into 8 sections.
Hang on, Beth, hold on.
Yeah.
So this is a lot to take in. Are you hoping for questions at the end of going through each of these? Is that?
I would say we can take questions. That's fine as we go through it.
Thank you. I should have clarified that up front, and I do apologize for my stumble. Director Williams, you have a question?
Yeah, I guess this is kind of a forward-looking question, and I want to make sure that we do come back to it at the end. But you mentioned that the impacts to various groups within various groups who would be impacted by a change in the structure here with no alternative offering is the concern. And I guess that's the main point of the question that I wanted to get to, is that we've looked at this for quite a while. The discussion began last year, and I'm curious if we are going to have recommendations for alternative offerings. There are several categories that we've talked about: all electric homes who are not on an all electric rate structure, other beneficial electrification like EV charging or water heating and space heating. We do have a heat pump program, but I guess the general question is, if we're defining the negative impacts to people based on the idea that we do not have an alternative offering, what steps are being taken to get to an alternative offering to avoid the negative impacts that we've identified here?
Williams,
so I'll go ahead and kind of just.
And maybe Julie Comstock can chime too. I think it's a great question, and part of it is we are working on different programs. The energy burden program, for example, is one that I know will yield great results, programs and offerings that would be an alternative to help and assist some of these customers. It's not going to be all of it, but I think it will have quite a bit of those solutions. What has taken us this long? Well, it takes time to get through the data. It takes time this is a new way for us, frankly, for OPPD to analyze this type of data, to do this type of analysis. It's something that the board asked us to do and to increase the level of detail and accuracy. And so that's exactly what we're doing, trying to deliver on the board's requests. I understand the speed is probably not as fast as you or some of your colleagues would like, but I can assure you that we're doing everything we can. We're moving as fast as we can with good data, trying to present to the board ultimately good policy for your consideration. Changing rates is going to be, it's your task as board members. So we want to make sure that we have good data that that you can rely on before you make these changes. Julie, anything else to add on the energy burden and any other offerings work that we have going on that addresses Director Williams' question?
Right. And I think, you know, the things that you suggest, Director Williams, are all things that we would look at. And I think the challenge that we're in right now, and, you know, I'll say we're doing work to improve this, but like just doing the analysis for this was, you know, the process of getting it set up and working with BT to get everything in place to actually do the analysis and to do it in a repeatable, sustainable way. So that means that as we move forward, we've got this data, the team has this data that's readily available. So that's an effort that, other than refreshing it on a periodic basis, that's an effort that we won't have to undertake next time. And that took months for the team to get through that effort. Customer engagement for the future, you know, some of the recommendations that will come out of that, the things we need to keep a pulse on with our customers, we should be ahead of the game in terms of understanding what our customers are looking for from us. So as we go to offer products and services, we'll have more data readily available, you know, at the time we start that process rather than always starting from scratch. So I think we'll gain momentum and timing of getting products and services out right now or in the future. But right now, we're not in the position to do it as quickly as you would like, as quickly as we would like. But the team is definitely focused on getting us there. Just for the sake of time, I think it might be best if we allow the team to get through the presentation. And if we want to ask questions, you know, we can maybe pause before we get into the recommendations if there's specific questions about the data itself. But some of the overarching questions about where we're going and the recommendations, I think if we can let the team get through their presentation, that may be the best use of time.
I agree with that. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
All right. So again, we split up the service territory into 8 sections, and we compared 2 sections within the service territory, and we're going to call them sections A and B. You can see the monthly bill increase both of these sections would see if the declining energy blocks were removed is pretty comparable at $6.42 and $6.18. But then you look at those property attributes. Section B's average home age is approximately 50 years older. The average home value in Section B is approximately $200,000 less. And the average home size of Section B is approximately 1,500 square feet smaller. So it's not just customers in larger homes that will be impacted. We now can see that older, smaller, less efficient homes will be affected just as much as those larger homes. Next slide. The second finding looks at our vulnerable customers. We looked at Section C and D because there are a large number of vulnerable customers in those sections, with 1,188 vulnerable customers in Section C and 1,450 vulnerable customers in Section D. Now, if you were only comparing the property attributes, you would assume that C is larger homes because they have an average home value of $322,000 and an average home size of over 3,500 square feet. But now we can see that there are many vulnerable customers within that section as well. This showed us that our vulnerable customers are spread out throughout our service territory, regardless of home value, and in small, medium, and larger homes. Next slide. The third finding is with our all-electric customers. Again, out of the 34,630 negatively impacted customers, we know 7,422, or 21%, is coded as being all-electric, and we know that there are more customers within our service territory that are all-electric. These customers that have electric heat are some of the most negatively impacted customers if the declining energy blocks are removed. This is where the message between encouraging conservation and electrification do not align if the blocks are removed without other rate offerings. This may also discourage EV adoption and other electrification and community-wide decarb-driven opportunities. So making a change to the blocks with no alternative offering will negatively impact our all-electric customers by sending an inconsistent price signal that may discourage electrification. Next slide. This slide goes through the number of customers negatively impacted by category and impact level. The top table is impact level by percentage. And historically for rates, we focus on 2.5 to a 3% increase because this is in line with J.D. Power scores when customers start to notice a change. The bottom table shows impact level by dollar amount. These impact levels are an annual average monthly impact level. So a $10 a month change would really be $120 a year, but the blocks are only in the non-summer months. So it would be $120 over 8 months, which would be a $15 a month increase during those 8 months. And then going through the categories, we see we have LIHEAP, which is low income home energy assistance program, LULI, our low usage, low income program, our energy assistance programs, disconnect notices, chronic disconnect notices, and our known vulnerable customers, and the number of customers within each impact level. When we talk about our vulnerable customers, you can see that the energy assistance payments and the chronic disconnect notice numbers do not add together because there are some customers that receive both an energy assistance payment and 3 or more disconnect notices. So from this table, we see that the 6,702 customers received an energy assistance payment and or a chronic disconnect notice. We see the 7,422 customers that are coded as being all electric. 1,979 of those all electric customers will pay more than 9% more annually. And 601 of our all electric customers will be impacted more than $30 per month. And we also see that 193 of our known vulnerable customers will be negatively impacted by more than $30 per month. Next slide. This is our example to show a customer negatively impacted at the $30 level and the $10 level. These are actual examples of the property attributes, usage profiles, and impact to the monthly bill during the summer and non-summer months. You can see that for family one, the home size is 1,450 square feet and is 31 years old. Not an extremely large home, but it does appear to be an inefficient home. And at the bottom, you can see the summer bill stays the same since our summer rate is currently flat, but the non-summer monthly bill will go from $254 a month to $299 a month, which is that $40 per month increase. And you can see the same with the $10 a month example with family two. The home size is 2,850 square feet and the age of the home is 45 years old. The bill during the non-summer months will go from $165 to $180, showing that $15 per month increase. Next slide. So we'll go on and move on to our small commercial non-demand customers on rate 230. We did the same analysis on our rate 230 customers using 2018 data. We used 28,294 customers on rate 230 in 2018 that had those 12 full months of usage. And we found that 1,522 customers, or 5.4%, would be negatively impacted by removing the declining energy blocks. So again, if we applied that same proportion of 5.4% to the full 37,000 rate 230 customers, there would be an estimated 2,002 negatively impacted rate 230 customers. And again, this would be a revenue neutral change for OPPD. So 35% of our small commercial customers would receive a bill decrease that would be offset by 2,000 customers that would see an increase to their bill. Next slide. And we show the same impact levels by percentage and dollar amount for rate 230. This is at an annual impact level. These customers would be impacted year round since there are blocks in the summer and non-summer months. And while commercial customers are not eligible for energy assistance programs, there are a number of small commercial customers that received at least one disconnect notice and some that received 3 or more disconnect notices. So removing the declining energy blocks without an additional rate offering would further challenge these businesses. Next slide, and I'll go ahead and pass it back to Paul for the conclusions and recommendations.
So I just want to highlight some of the major conclusions that we had. First, removing the blocks would have a larger than expected impact, negative impact on customers who are already struggling to pay their bills. Specifically, these customers, as outlined by Beth, are already receiving utility assistance and seeing numerous disconnects. And there are currently no alternatives in place to help lessen that impact. We saw on one of the first slides that customers lack the knowledge about declining block rates. One of the reasons we undertook this was the block rate structure does not promote conservation and energy efficiency. So if customers don't understand or know that the block rates exist, there's uncertainty about whether we would actually see those behavior changes, which is one of the reasons we would like to remove the blocks in the first place. Lastly, removing the blocks sends mixed messages on electrification and decarbonization. Encouraging conservation and electrification do not align if the block rates are removed without other actions. Customers who want to move to electric vehicles, all electric heat, or other electrification measures and align with our decarbonization goals would be discouraged from doing those with removal of the declining blocks, again, without other actions. Lastly, when you look at the negatively impacted customers, most of them do not have the means or the ability to change their behavior or make changes that would decrease their usage. And so again, one of the underlying themes of removing the block rates is to promote conservation. But again, the people who are negatively impacted can't do much about it. Next slide, please. One back, Mo. I think you got two. So to our recommendation is that we defer removing the declining block rates and allow us to complete some further analysis and create changes and alternatives to potentially assist those that are negatively impacted. Director Williams, you asked about what were some of those. Javier talked about the energy burden solution, which is a solution that's aimed at helping our vulnerable customers and figuring out how we can get them some more assistance. One of the other things we need to do an analysis on is an all-electric rate. That process and that analysis has not been undertaken yet, but we need to be able to see if that is feasible for OPPD and makes sense for our customers. Deferring would also allow OPPD time to complete work on several other in-flight strategic initiatives, which the outcomes we anticipate will impact customers' ability to have choice, allow them to interact differently with OPPD, and make informed decisions on their energy usage that ultimately will impact their bill. Specifically, those strategic initiatives are the electric system evaluation and modernization, customer engagement of the future, and the technology platform upgrades. As I stated, those initiatives will change how customers interact with OPPD, as well as provide them the choice that they asked for. They'll be able to monitor their electric usage and make decisions about how they use electricity that, again, could affect their bill. Deployment of advanced metering infrastructures is an example of technology that could be deployed that could help us accomplish those goals. And there's many other technologies and changes that are being considered that, again, would increase the robustness and the data available to customers so that they can decide how they want to interact and use electricity from OPPD. Next slide.
So I think I'm affectionately what's known as the closer. So this is the last slide of the presentation. And if you bear with me for just a few minutes, we'll get to those questions that I know you have. But I'm going to take a route kind of in a little bit of a storytelling. And I want to open with, just like the cliche that it can be hard to see the forest through the trees. Sometimes it can be hard to see the strategy that's needed through the backlog list of work and tasks that need to be done. And one of those tasks is addressing this, the declining blocks. But we really, what we really want to say here is our way ahead, our path ahead is to focus on the transformational journey that we're on, to take a step back and to find that forest, or in this case, OPPD's long-term strategy to optimize our value, our benefit, and our solutions to our customers with minimal impact. I understand, or we understand really, the recommendation of maybe deferring and not now brings the questions of then when, or maybe even some anxiety of will it ever get done. And so that's what this path forward or this way ahead, this illustrative schedule is showing you, that not only do we plan to answer, the need that surrounds addressing declining blocks, but how we also need to address our customers' needs through, a commitment to building what we've been kind of calling an ecosystem, an intelligent energy ecosystem. And really that intelligent energy ecosystem needs to be built to understand, to address, to deliver solutions to our customers based on what they value. We all know, I know I've got a lot of engineers in the room, that every action causes a reaction, whether positive or negative. And so if we look at this, tree by tree or initiative by initiative, we begin to maybe cut down those trees that can have harm to the healthy ones in the forest. And so as you've kind of heard, from the beginning of this at the beginning of this presentation, our goal was to take that really holistic and strategic point of view, understand the whole product concept, not just the pricing element, understand the impacts that it can have to our customers, but also understand the impact and the risks that it presents by moving forward to any other initiatives that we may be moving forward with at the same time, right? And as you've kind of heard now from a couple, from both Paul and Beth, there is some inconsistent messaging between our goals of conservation, electrification, decarbonization, and even some of our advocacy pursuits. And so that was really the look. And this way ahead, our recommendation is to say, let's stick with our holistic way of planning, our longer term vision and focus, our commitment that we have to build a strategy all the way out to 2050. And so again, this way ahead or this path forward, it's illustrative, it's conceptual in nature, but it is a pictorial of how we can address that full forest of trees, right? So some are damaged, some are in need of a little bit of repair, but there are a lot of things that are vibrant and healthy that we need to maintain. And we have to be able to look at the entire ecosystem, the entire lot of all of the initiatives, the goals, and the accomplishments that we want to make as an organization, and understand when can one decision negatively impact another. So I know that, I used earlier in a presentation to you guys, take this from like a root cause analysis approach, and you might still question, okay, I hear what you're saying. Why not just look at, fix the block rates independently while moving forward with those other initiatives? And so if we use that 5 whys or root cause analysis, you can ask that question, why can't we just change the blocks? Well, because without additional supplemental products and services, there could be some negative impacts or incongruent messages. Well, why can't we just build those products and services now? Well, maybe because we don't have some of the pricing models in place. Well, why not just do those now? Well, we don't have the technology. Well, not just do that right now, right? And then it's like, well, we don't have the platform to support updated technologies. And you're getting the point. Every answer is full of a consequence when we don't solve for the root cause, but we are solving for the root cause. The root cause is being solved through 5 strategic initiatives that the senior management has put forward for the enterprise to move forward with, right? And so we are taking a look at how to get an updated technology platform and updated technologies that allow us to have instantaneous data and communications to our customers, new and innovative product and solutions, new rate models, everything that really kind of backs up into the decision that we need to make here around the block rates. So if you're following along, I guess what I'm saying in short and simple terms is, we really have this need to pursue an enterprise strategy more than we have a need for an independent action at this point in time. And then if you're looking at the, the slide in front of you, and I'm not going to walk through, every single bullet point here, I'll kind of go through the summary of it, and you're seeing that at the top. The actions ahead of us and our way forward that we're proposing is that the first few years are really dedicated to creating that said strategy and that vision to build the foundation to gain the insights from our customers and to make appropriate decisions, thinking about all of the initiatives that we have, all of the goals that we are setting forth for the organization. In that, we're going to look at technologies that not only provide two-way communication between us and the meter, so advanced metering technology, but also technologies that support, delivering timely communications to our customers with accurate updates. What we do with that data is just as important, and how we get that to our customers' hands. We'll also be looking at new technologies and processes and innovative products and solutions that really acknowledge our customers' preferences in terms of what they value and what they would like to see from us. As we continue down the path of our, of our vision here, you're going to see business cases will be built, customers will be engaged, there'll be a whole load of analysis that needs to be completed, and then we'll start to get to the decision-making points as well based on all of those inputs. And then we continue down the journey and, beginning around year 2 to 3 here, as you see on the slide, we start the development of the development process, I guess I'll say, of building those solutions. So integrating technologies and communications platforms, actually starting to build and maybe even piloting some of these new products and services. We start to maybe phase a phased approach to integrating the advanced metering infrastructure to replace some of the current state meters. And then another important one is that, we'll look at the pricing models and explore those to ensure that we have equitable charges across our customer base. Continuing on, you'll see as we move towards years 4, 5, and beyond, you start to read and you notice and through the words that are there that it's more about what the customer gets. So there's a lot of upfront investment and things that we need to do as the organization to provide those solutions to our customers, but it's our customers in the end who get to reap the reward and the benefit. And so it's about what they get. So customer residences are updated with, again, that technology, instant data transmission that allows us to be consultative and proactive. The customers get to interact with us maybe through multiple channels, receiving the same experience through each of those. They're digitally engaged for strategic insights. They have choices on the products and solutions, again, in which they value. Real-time, accurate updates from us. The goal here, I guess, is, not only, this path ahead is not only to address, again, the declining blocks, but to also address, again, those concerns and more, and building that optimal experience for each and every customer served in our district, and really building that intelligent energy ecosystem. So I guess, I'll close it with saying, our recommendation is to build that ecosystem and to focus on the strategic initiatives laid out in front of us to allow us to adapt to faster changing times and faster customer demands changing as well, to really build the strategy, build the foundation, get the outreach, make the recommendations, inform the decision, and then to build and implement and allow the customers to enjoy that. But that work is never done, and that's why you'll see continually refine, because we do need to continue to look at the data, look at the insights provided by our customers, monitor advanced technologies that are coming into market to continue to provide our customers the experience that they deserve. So I would say, to bring it back to my tree cliche and example, the recommendation is we need to address the whole forest and look at the whole forest and not just one tree. So I'll end with that. I'll open it up for questions, not only just for me, but for the team, or if Julie, Javier, if you had any additional closing comments that you wanted to provide.
If I may, just one comment. I appreciate this. There are a lot of controversial items here and lots of information here. I am so proud of this team because for the first time in many years, perhaps ever, we are presenting to you in front of your screen a tentative strategy, a pricing strategy that really has the customer at the center of everything we do. And this was not easy. It looks like one slide. There was a lot of cultural conversations about how we present things. How are we painting the art of the possible? I want to clarify that, you know, board members will make decisions. You are the ones who have the only authority to make changes with regards to rates. But it was incumbent upon us to show you what we are thinking about what could the future look like. So I'm incredibly proud of the team for doing this, and you know, happy to take any questions. I understand we're not moving fast enough. We haven't done that fast enough in the past. We will try to do this as fast as we can, with high quality, with good data, with good policy recommendations, because that's what we owe to our board of directors for you to make the best decisions.
Thank you, Javier, and the entire team. This is the response to a question put by the board some time ago. I see that there are hands up with questions and comments. So we'll start off with Director Mulhoff.
Sure. So when I came on the board, 3 years ago, this was a priority of mine. This declining block rate looked like it would discourage conservation, and it may in a sense, but this data, and the board asked for data, we asked for information that would help us to make decisions driven by data, and that's what we got. And just congratulations to the team. But the whole goal really of flattening out the declining block rates was to promote conservation. And if we don't meet that goal by doing away with those declining block rates, or if we derail beneficial electrification by flattening out this at this time, without doing other measures to promote conservation like weatherization and demand management and smart meters and time of use and customer owned generation, and that tiered service charge, I mean, those are all, that's a great way to integrate how we respond to helping our customers conserve energy and lower their bills. So I can wait a year or two to move forward with this. And I just really appreciate, last year when I was on the finance committee, I saw the numbers. I saw that rural customers were going to be more highly impacted by this change than others, and those are the folks I represent, and I have to be mindful of what decisions I make that affect their bills as well. So kudos to the team. This slide represents a lot of work and a lot of work coming up, and we will continue to push to implement everything that you've outlined here on this way forward. So I don't have any questions, but just wanted to say that you've convinced me that this is what we need to do at this time.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. I've been part of this rate project as we've done the different stage gates presentations over the last 18 to 24 months. It has been a long project, but we started with a hypothesis that there was a link to energy efficiency and an action that the customer could take. We also, in that hypothesis, thought that this change would generally affect high-income users that probably wouldn't feel the effect in their bill very much. And I appreciate the process that has been gone through to collect meaningful data and analyze that to really tease out those root causes and understand who the change really will impact, because it was contrary to the hypothesis that we thought going in. And so, and this type of process where we built a new muscle with this process, and I'm excited to see how future policy decisions will be based on a similar analysis of detail and data. And while I think it's really interesting that we came away with the hypothesis basically disproven, I think that what we're looking at on this slide, this 6-year strategy, and then how we're going to approach this in the future is such a tremendous outcome. And so I also agree with Director Malhoff that at this point, I agree with the recommendation to move away from the particular block rate update that we were contemplating in favor of spending time and energy and resources developing a more long-term lasting strategy that's going to be inclusive and give the customer, a whole lot more flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Director Kavanaugh. Mike,
we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. I just wanted to thank the management team for the great job of putting this report together. It's very detailed, and I'm sure it involved a lot of time. Appreciate it very much. The questions I had have been answered. That's all I have.
thank you. Director Moody.
Echo Janice and Amanda, exceptional work, great data-driven decision-making. Fully agree with the recommendation to put together a kind of a higher level strategic plan that's informed by all of the other strategic initiatives that we have in play. It dawns on me that we have a lot of strategic initiatives planning work underway. So with that in mind, the only very slight caution that I would offer is that let's not let the pendulum swing so far that we spend all of our time planning and having every single answer before we move. If and when we see opportunities to jump and go, let's capitalize on those opportunities. This was clearly not one of them, right? And the data told us that. But I'm excited about all of the maps and plans that we're putting together. So anyway, that's not a condemnation of any decision that's been made in any way, shape, or form. That's just sort of looking to the future a little bit and thinking about the opportunities that may be upon us before we know it, and ensuring that we lean into nimbleness to the extent that we can. Over.
Thank you, Director Moody. Director Williams.
Yeah, I think I've probably spoken the most about this subject. And as was said earlier, this was a priority for me when I joined the board in 2019. It was a priority for me on the Finance Committee in 2020 when we heard that the information at the time did not suggest that we move forward. It's been a priority for me this year, and it was the primary reason that I voted against the SD2 when it was presented a couple months ago. I do appreciate the in-depth work. I think that we have, the team has done an excellent job of finding additional information to help us better understand the impacts of a policy change. I have said it before, I wish this type of documentation and work had been done prior to the change in 2015, but I don't want to rehash a previous decision made by others. I just want to highlight that this is a significant improvement, and I hope that we provide equal rigor to our decision-making moving forward. I do have to say that the more information we have on the subject and the longer that we have spent on the analysis, the more uncomfortable I am allowing this to continue into the future. I have a couple questions that I think will help highlight some of the area where I still have concerns. First, we mentioned earlier that we have asked other utilities whether or not they have a declining block rate, and if not, when to change.
Me?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Eric. You were cutting out, and I don't know if it's me or you.
I apologize. Maybe I can move closer.
I think Eric was good. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Just you, Rick.
So I guess my first question, we mentioned surveying other utilities about whether or not they have a declining block rate. Can someone provide some of the results of those surveys? Do other utilities have a declining block? And if not, why did they indicate they moved away from it?
Director Williams, this is Brad Underwood. Is your request within the context of a follow-up, or did you desire to kind of discuss that here today?
I guess if you can provide a brief summary, it sounds like that that investigation has been done in the past, and I think that we mentioned even 2 months ago that there had been some discussion about that. And I do know that we've discussed in the past that Brattle has recommended removing the declining block even as far as 6 years ago. So I'm curious if we have more information about whether or not this structure fundamentally persists in other locations.
Sure, we can try and grab that information. Your comments are correct, and we did discuss some of that previously. I'm not sure we had it ready to go today, but we'll try and find that.
Thank you. I would appreciate that additional information. I guess some additional clarifying questions about the way the data was presented today. On one of the slides, there were 2 example homes listed, family 1 and family 2. I think that the slides in Diligent have different numbers than what might be presented here. But on family 1 and family 2, for the example households on rate 110, the listed annual kilowatt hour consumption is 48,000 and 25,000 kilowatt hours respectively. Do we have an estimated average amount of energy consumption for the average home or median home in the residential sector? I understand it to be quite a lot lower than that.
Yeah, great question, and I want to go back and kind of dust this off, but I remember approximately 1,100 kilowatt hours a month for the average user.
So something like 15,000. So I guess the point here is that the both of the examples were significantly outside of the median of the residential use, and I know that there are all electric homes and special conditions, but I think this leads to my second point that the presentation of the data here highlights mostly the people who will be negatively impacted, but does not highlight basically at all any of the people who would be positively impacted, other than to say that the positive impacts would be negligible. And when we talk about negligible, we look at the number of people who would be impacted. It certainly seems like hundreds or thousands, even the roughly 1,000 who would be LIHEAP or 300 who would be LULI, that would see more than a 3% increase in their bill from this type of change. But I didn't see a quantification of the number of people who would be positively impacted. And as the number who are negatively impacted is a relatively small percentage of the overall residential class, and we know that the long tail on the residential class with a very few number of people very high out on the consumption end means that more of the people are lower than average or lower than median on the consumption level. So I guess without seeing information about the number of people who would be positively impacted, I'm a little concerned about the presentation of adding up the number of people who would be, without seeing information about those who would be positively impacted, I'm concerned about presenting only those who would be negatively impacted as the justification for the policy recommendation. And Javier, if you have some follow-up, I'd be glad to hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Director Williams. I appreciate that, and we debated on whether to present the same amount of detailed information for those customers who would be positively impacted. The 85% of the residential customers who would see a decline of $0 to $4 per month. In the spirit of time and making sure that we were addressing the larger issue, we chose to focus on those 15% of customers who would be negatively impacted, because the negative impact would be, in some cases, 10 times more than the positive impact. We're talking $30 versus $3. That's what we chose to do. I have been accused in the past of being disingenuous at a board meeting for focusing on the good stuff only, trying to not just focus on the good stuff and talking about the benefits of $3 a month of decline. We went ahead and we talked about those who would be negatively impacted. And again, I made that decision based on the magnitude of the negative impact. We're talking $10, $20, $30 a month. I assumed, and I thought, with feedback I got from a few board members, that was the focus for this presentation. But your point is right. We did not focus too much on those who would be positively impacted because of the small amount of that monthly impact. $0 to $3 to $4 a month was 10 times lower in some cases than the $30 a month of additional cost. But your comment is factually accurate, and we for the sake of time and focus on the things that we wanted to be aware of, the customers we wanted to protect, and make sure that we didn't unduly affect customers without knowing what we were going to do. We focused on that part of the population.
I appreciate that clarification, and I do hope that something like the slide on The 0.399+ % change could be extended down on the negative side so that we can see the impacts to those customers. And if that could be presented as an update to the directors, that would be very helpful for me. And I guess my last point, I know that I've had several here, is mostly about the path forward that we see on the screen now on the 1, 2 to 3, 4 to 5+ year timeline. I guess the question in the terms of the story that we discussed earlier from Heather, how many of the trees need to be ready simultaneously before we can take some of the actions? And a few of them that I highlighted earlier, I feel could move forward without having negative impacts to others. Again, LIHEAP and Luli, we have talked about the expiration of that program at the end of this year. I certainly hope that we come up with another way to recognize the low and moderate income customers who need assistance, who might be negatively impacted if we made this change, but need assistance all the same, whether we make this change or not. I hope that we are able to find a solution for them in the short term. We've talked about all electric. I understand that to be very challenging, and I hope that we find a solution out of our strategic initiative process. I've mentioned in the past EV charging. I understand that a number of other utilities have been able to identify rate structures specifically to encourage that beneficial electrification and without a wider impact to the rest of the residential customer class. So I hope that we can do that as well. And I guess just in general, the idea that everything must happen simultaneously, which sounded kind of like what the story was that we were talking through earlier, I just want to make sure that we examine whether or not, as Craig said, there are some obvious steps forward that are quick wins that don't need additional excessive planning, that we can move forward to achieve some of those objectives in the relatively short term. So I appreciate the time that has been put into this, and I know that I have spoken on this topic at greater length than most of the other board members. It seems quite clear at this point that the recommendation is broadly accepted, and for unity of control, I am glad to defer to the rest of the board in the steps forward and not try and give additional instructions. But I do hope that we can keep in mind when short-term wins are identified, that we can prioritize those and move them forward without waiting for an all-at-once strategy that might take multiple years. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams. I would just add on your comment relative to Luli and the energy burden solutions or assistance for our low-income customers that the team is working on and has some recommendations that they'll be presenting to the senior team in September. And then I would imagine we will have something ready for the board in either late October, early November. And we are proposing a pilot that we would do in 2021 or 2022. Sorry, my years are getting ahead of me or behind me. So we will have more information coming on that. And the team is also exploring, do we extend Luli to, in this chart here, we had the option in years 3 and 4, or actually 2 to 3, about possibly having a tiered level service charge. And so what the team is looking at, is there an opportunity to extend the Luli until we have that a potential for a tiered service charge level in place.
Great.
So those are a couple things that are going on relative to the low income. And then I think from the overall perspective, the team will keep in mind, through all of the strategic initiatives, there are a lot of different things that are that the team is looking at. And I think in those instances where we can put something in that doesn't require the full, say, AMI platform or technology platform, that I would see that the team would move forward with some of those efforts, as long as it doesn't become a distraction to getting us to the ultimate solutions for our customers.
Great, thank you, Julie. I appreciate the clarification and specifically the work on the Luli program or similar moving forward. Thank you.
I don't see any other raised hands. Any of the directors who have not spoken, now is your chance to say something. Oh, I'm one of those, so I will say something. So I do appreciate all of the work that's happened here, all the work that's gone into this. It was a request, and it took a great deal of time and resources. So it was a request by the board. I'm thankful that the information, that we got the information, there was the analysis. It's difficult as CFO Fernandez, CEO Fernandez says, we board members have that power of rates. And so when we're making those decisions, we have to think of all of our customers. And it's difficult when we see federal reports that come out every year that say almost half of the population cannot handle an unexpected $400 bill. We know there are people who are our constituents, who are customers of OPPD, who count every single dollar. So it really is a position of privilege when we talk about a $3 a month impact as being a low impact. But I would say that our customer service people are on top of it. They have empathy. They understand that section of the community, and we are working towards solutions. And I very much appreciate this look ahead that tells us that we have a strategy that has been put together that move us towards those solutions. So I'm appreciative of this. It's very good. The thing I heard from management, that I heard from other board members, is the need to find maybe no regrets kinds of decisions that we can do quickly, or find a faster pace. We learn how to move faster when we do things more. And so since this is a new muscle, I'm happy that we are exercising it, and hope that we can be faster at doing it. I'm very enthused about the work I've been hearing about in the energy burden study. I do look forward to what happens, and I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think we got the right people on it. So thank you. With that, if there's no other comments, then the Finance Committee report is complete.
Okay, I do not see any requests to make any further comments. So let's move on now to the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee. Director Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bogner. And first, I want to apologize if it seems like I'm looking away. I had a slight change in my physical setup, and so I am looking off the camera today. I hope you don't think that I'm not paying attention. The Chair's report on the Systems Committee. I discussed with the senior management team, and it was determined that we did not need to have a pre-meeting this month. Information was provided both to the Systems Committee members for preliminary review, and then provided to the entire board according to our normal review process prior to the meeting today. The committee members were offered an opportunity in lieu of the pre-meeting to do a visit to a generation facility. We went to North Omaha. I was very glad to be able to see the complex systems that we hear so much about in these meetings up close and in person. We had a chance to join the employees during the employee appreciation lunch. And then we had a chance to talk with them about all that they do to provide electricity and vital services in our community. So thank you to Mary Fisher and the team who helped to set up that tour and provide us an educational opportunity in the month when we were not having a systems pre-meeting. I do want to provide a little bit of overview about where we are with the reports that we'll hear today and where we are headed forward, because I consider them to be closely related. So today we are going to have the report, the monitoring report on Strategic Directive 9 about resource planning, and we'll want to keep focused on reviewing this monitoring report in light of the existing language, although we have talked about potential changes to that language looking forward. But for today, please remember that the review is based on the language of the currently effective SD9. The next report that we expect to hear at the Systems Committee is the SD7 report, which we expect to be in October. I mention that because resource planning on SD9 and the environmental sensitivity outcomes on SD7 are closely related, and a lot of our future resource planning and resource adequacy work is targeted toward that long-term objective of the net zero carbon goal by 2050. Related, we've also had a lot of public discussion around the decarbonization process, including an update on the modeling. And so some of the discussion that we'll have today about resource planning Some similar types of information have been presented to the public and discussed with the public, and we have received feedback. So I appreciate the fact that not only are we internally doing this resource planning discussion, but that the staff has done such a great job of making that information and having engagement opportunities with the public. The decarbonization strategic initiatives are expected to be completed by the end of the year. And then also related to resource planning, we are expecting the integrated resource plan to be completed and submitted before the end of February in 2022. So again, I mention all of that because SD9, SD7, the decarb work, and the IRP are all pretty closely tied together. And that's the focus of the systems committee. That's the expected focus of the systems committee over the next few months. If any of the other board members who are not on the systems committee have any thoughts or comments or concerns, or would like to be additionally informed about any of the work, please feel free to reach out, and we'll make sure that information is provided so that you can keep up to date on that as well. I think the expected timeline for the Strategic Directive 9 update will be discussed in the near future. But again, in order to not conflate the updated language with the report that we're about to hear, I guess we can wait on that for now and move into the first item on the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee agenda, which is the SD9 Resource Planning Report. So Brad Underwood, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Director Williams. Like you mentioned, good afternoon. My name is Brad Underwood, and by title, I'm the Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. And I get the pleasure today to talk about the work that we have done around SD9. And in my normal course of business, I get the joy of leading and working with the many professionals we have here, making sure we have a sufficient amount of predictable electricity through the resource planning functions. Like I said, I'm really excited and I'm honored to share the intentional work that Director Williams alluded to, that many members have contributed to the organization this year as we focus and progress SD9 forward. The monitoring report will include an overview of the strategic objective, our process, as well as some of the discussion on some significant work we have underway with both our pathways to decarbonization as well as our pending integrated resource plan filing that Director Williams also alluded to. So briefly, let's take a moment at what we find in SD9 for those that may not be familiar with it. The Board of Directors recognizes that the district will have to adapt to the rapidly changing electric utility business environment. The OPPD resource planning process will provide the resources and analytical capability to adequately assess OPPD's integrated resource portfolio or the supply and demand portfolio to ensure reliable, competitive, cost-effective, and environmentally sensitive service to our customers. To attain this goal, OPPD shall periodically assess the strategic and integrated resource plans, OPPD's mix of generation assets, demand-side management programs, purchase power agreements, and renewable energy resources. Utilize multiple scenarios to properly evaluate the range of risks posed by varying future assumptions, such as, but not limited to, fuel costs, economic growth, regulations, and emerging technologies. Also ensure that all integrated resource strategic plans support and align with OPPD strategic directives. And we'll talk a little bit about the intentional steps we've done in order to execute against the SD9 expectations. So with the clarity we have for SD9, we can now discuss the nuances of our process. As you can see on the slide, we work to maintain a dedicated staff who monitor market and technology trends, and we facilitate both long-term and short-term planning processes, and we'll talk more about that later. In order to make those plans, we use sophisticated, highly computationally intensive algorithmic software platforms. You can see on the screen there we use Aurora, Itron, and ProMod, and we have also been deploying what's called PSSE, which is a transmission reliability modeling tool. Our processes incorporate robust supply and demand-side resource evaluations, which ensure reliable, competitive, and cost-effective, environmentally sensitive solutions. So moving to the image on the right, you can see a number of orange boxes on the left beginning that image. And you can see, or hopefully you can see, words like supply side options, demand side options, our load forecast, our fuel and purchase power price forecast, our generation unit parameters, so how much the units can generate and how fast they can change given dynamic market conditions, as well as environmental regulations. And we feed that into a linear process that we are very proud of. We're very focused on enhancing it. And one of the first boxes that you'll see there is stakeholder engagement. And so this year, I think we've had a really unique opportunity to partner with our colleagues in public affairs to really focus on the stakeholder piece. And I want to talk briefly about the stakeholder work that we've done within the decarbonization initiative that we have underway. There was a significant amount of stakeholder feedback provided after workshops 3 and 4, and I'll go through the workshops later for our decarbonization process, as well as stakeholder feedback on our June data release. And I think there's a difference between accepting feedback and being able to act and adopt your process to reflect the feedback. And there was a couple of really important things that we were proud of. Part of that feedback within the decarbonization process was that we more intentionally consider load flexibility and the importance of that within the context of our ability to achieve decarbonization. So we simulated higher levels of load flexibility, and we included that in our analysis, and we'll be looking forward to sharing that here as the decarb workshop progress. We also modified the information that we released in the data release set, and we added overnight capital costs in addition to the levelized fixed costs for those data sets that we made publicly available. One of the bigger ones is climate change impacts. We took feedback and a suggestion that it might make sense for us to reach out to specifically the University of Nebraska system and engage a climatologist and talk more intentionally with the climatologist around the impacts of weather variability and the challenges that could present to affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy. And we look forward to doing that and sharing those impacts as we progress through the decarbonization workshops. We also provided a situation or a scenario with no new gas. And so part of the feedback that we received from the stakeholders was we'd like you to look at no new gas and what that would look like and the impacts of that decision. And we look forward to continuing and progressing along that step. So I took a few moments just to highlight that purple box and the specific improvements we've been making on that. As you move left to right from that first purple box, you get into portfolio optimization, and the next one is dispatch modeling. And as we do that, we need to have a higher level of resolution focus on our changing transmission system. And for those of you that have followed Power with Purpose, we've been impacted by the dynamic nature of the transmission system, and we incorporate those realities into the planning process to make sure we can have as a robust and reliable plan as possible. As we progress through the model, we go through a financial modeling exercise, and then we share those results with the stakeholder, having a process that has incorporated their feedback on the front end, and we share with them the results. And we'll talk more about how we plan to do that within the decarbonization process. So now that we've talked a little bit about our model and the objectives that we are solving for, let's take a little bit of time and talk about the short-term versus long-term planning nature. So there's 2 types of durations approximately that will run this process to execute against. The first one is a short-term planning duration. And really it's performed every year, and it's performed for 2 primary functions or 3 primary functions. Fundamentally, we're trying to optimize the existing resources that we have. We're trying to develop an annual budget, trying to understand what our retail sales are going to be from a load perspective, what our fuel budgets are going to be, and wholesale power prices, and how those economics are going to fall into the rates that our customers pay as we recover our cost. So we're trying to build an efficient plan with the resources that we have, and we're using a very diverse and cross-functional set of SMEs within the organization to get that done. The other duration that we execute the process for is a long-term planning process. And this is probably more what people think and feel when they think about things like resource planning. where we're going out a lot of times longer than 5 years. We're making more specific decisions around resources that we will or won't have, and how is that resource portfolio going to perform in a longer duration, uncertain future. And of course, this is what we would do within the setting of the decarbonization and the integrated resource plan. And so having said that, let's jump into a little bit more detail on both of those, the decarb plan and the integrated resource plan. So the next slide talks about the IRP. And the IRP is required every 5 years to be prepared and delivered to the Western Area Power Administration. And as Director Williams noted at the kickoff of the discussion, that'll be due in February of 2022. Now, at the same time, many of us know that we're talking in great detail about our pathways to decarbonization and the various routes that we could take to achieve a net zero carbon portfolio. So the idea here is that the work that we've done within the decarbonization initiative will inform and help shape the IRP that's filed in the first quarter of 2022. So we feel really confident that the work that's being done in decarb will inform the IRP filing early next year. Now that we've talked about the integrated resource plan, let's take another quick look at our decarbonization plan. So our decarbonization plan on the next slide, please, Mo, really focuses on the environmental objective that the board established in SD7. We can go ahead one more, please, Mo. Thank you, ma'am. And we talked about how the district is working earnestly and intentionally around a net zero carbon portfolio by 2050. And so we've got a lot of folks working on this. If you were able to join us for a workshop, you've seen the diversity of professionals that are on that call. And I think that that is a product that people seemed pleased as we progress through the evolution. And we look forward to maintaining that with them as we get to the end. But it's really an explanation and an analysis of a broad set of future environments and the different ways that we'll be able to achieve the decarbonization goal. You can go to the next slide, please, Mo. We've made a significant investment in the pathways to decarbonization, specifically the energy portfolio. And here's a higher resolution look at the energy portfolio. So for those that may not be familiar with it, there's 4 work streams. The energy portfolio is one of the 4 work streams. And we've been hosting a series of 6 public workshops that allow meaningful interaction with stakeholders, listening to their comments, listening to their perspectives, to allow the customer voice to really shape the outcome and the steps that we take. So along the bottom, I'd just like to touch a couple of the points that you see. We started the process with a Pathways Planning 101, kind of giving people an idea of what to expect and the process that we would look at and how they would be able to interact. And we took feedback on if that was in line with the customer's expectations. We also had listening sessions for things that customers would like us to analyze and look at and come back and bring them results for. We looked at the multi-sectoral modeling. We'll talk more about that on the next page. The assumptions and the scenarios that we thought we would see. And we also touched on the approach that we would take from a modeling perspective. And that really brings us up to the end of the 2021 summer, when we had an interim modeling update about a week ago to share with folks where we were at. In a nod to the focus on the stakeholder engagement, on the far right of the screen is an image of the survey results of the first 4 workshops. And specifically, they aggregate the percentage of participants that were satisfied or very satisfied. And so as we evaluate the effectiveness of the stakeholder outreach mechanism and getting the customer voice properly in the middle of the work, so to speak, we see things like 87%, 75%, 100%, and we remain pleased but not satisfied with the data points that we see there. Well, if you could go to the next slide. another brief discussion around the types of things that we're going to see in the pathways to decarbonization. So I want to talk briefly about that middle image in the bottom of the slide. It's not meant for consumption today. It's too small. It's just a reference image. But we modeled a variety of outcomes within the multi-sectoral modeling. And really what this allowed us to do is properly simulate the amount of participation we would get from the community, specifically within building efficiency and electrification of the transportation system, and the subsequent impact on electrical demand. And so we could see higher levels of decarbonization, lower levels of decarbonization, and that really informs us from a perspective on the types of extreme or maybe not as extreme environments we could see as we go into the future. The image just to the right of that is really reflective of speed. So in addition to the changing load that could happen with various levels of community-wide decarbonization, we wanted to look at the speed by which we could accomplish this. And so again, not meant for consumption. If you went to the workshops, you would have seen this image as well. But the fastest we modeled would be 2035. And we think that that's potentially consistent with some external data points that we see on the policy level, at the federal level, but also just a very, very quick decarbonization effort, or at least a point in time that would give us a good impact on the system and other attributes of the consequences of going that fast. And then conversely, there's some other profiles there that go a little bit slower, but none of the profiles exceed past 2050, which of course is the target date that we find within SD7. So we're simulating speed, we're simulating load, and we want to make sure we have a thoughtful and comprehensive range of potential impacts to the system as we plan this.
Brad, I apologize if I jump in here real quick. You said not for consumption, but I do have a question about the graph in the middle, the speed graph that you mentioned. In the upper left does show what looks like the reference case as 2018 emissions. Is that assumed to be the baseline from which we will look at decreasing our emissions moving forward? Or would you prefer that question to be a part of the SD7 discussion? Or when is the right time to clarify the expected baseline for our decarb scenarios?
Yeah, it might fit in the SD7 as you suggest, but we may have it handy here and be able to get it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams. And moving ahead to the last slide, there are some really helpful data points that inform our process and the considerations that we need to make sure get addressed when we execute the resource planning process. And I'm not going to talk about each of the strategic directives in particular, but I did pull a quick sentence from the SDs that I think will help drive home the value of the information and the expectation within those SDs as we execute the resource planning process. So from an SD2 perspective, what's the impact to rates as well as affordability as we make resource decisions? From an SD4 perspective, OPPD shall ensure all customer energy requirements are met 100% of the time, a very high bar that we take very seriously. SD5 from customer satisfaction. We work very hard to make sure the customer voice is at the center of everything we do, and this is certainly no different. We're incredibly grateful for those who've participated in the workshops and how they've helped us to shape a better product. SD7, of course, the goal to be net carbon zero by 2050. SD11, the obligation to promote economic growth and vitality of our community through the production of affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy. And SD13, a very prominent SD within the process, gives us guidance that stakeholder outreach is one of the critical links to ensure that we can accomplish SD4 objectives to make sure our customer voice is properly represented and is at the center of everything we do. And we also have a clear and transparent engagement process. And the public affairs team has done a really good job of ensuring we have a premium experience amidst the realities of a pandemic. And we extend to them a sincere and heartfelt thank you. SD15, How do the decisions that we make in the resource planning process affect the risk profile of the district? And how do we intentionally and effectively manage those things within the context of the ERM program? And vice versa, how do we use the resource planning process effectively to mitigate our existing risks that the district faces? And so having said all that, we propose a recommendation to accept the monitoring report that management is sufficiently in compliance with SD9. And of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the team may have.
Very good. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate the presentation. I'm going to start at the top of the list. Director Bogner, I see your hand.
All right, thank you. Brad, I think you've already answered a couple of my questions, but one that I'd like you to dive into a little bit more is you talked about the economic development SD. So can you describe for me how that work that's carried out by the public affairs team informs the short-term and long-term planning? And I think that there's probably a reciprocal impact as well. And certainly we've seen our challenges with the Power with Purpose project primarily being driven by an economic development win and success, but it's put pressure on the district to then increase generation and capacity resources. So help me understand how the two teams talk.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So within the context of the process, as we prepare the load forecast, we spend a lot of time with our load forecasting team, iterating with primarily account executives, but also on large statistical data sets that really inform us on how the homogeneous classes are going to show up from a load perspective. So when I say homogeneous, that's really the residential side, where most residential looks pretty consistent across the class. There are certainly some customers in the respective tails, so to speak, but we're very data intensive in that regard. And there are some businesses within the OPPD service territory that are contracting, and there are some that are expanding. And so our account executives are really our key link to go back into and really get, like I mentioned earlier, the perspective on the customer on where is your business going? Is ag up this year? Is ag down this year? How has the pandemic affected you? And do you foresee the same type of total energy needs next year? Are you pursuing a distributed energy resource or not? And how does that affect our load forecast? And so those are the kinds of questions that we work through. I think within the context of building resources, I think there's a long history of that being challenging. And I think that within the context of the gas replacing the 3 million tons of CO2 emissions that President Fernandez alluded to earlier, we think it's worthwhile. We press ahead as we navigate those issues. But like you suggested, it's very, very iterative between what our customers are seeing and experiencing, the economic environment, and then what we're feeding into our tools.
All right, so is there anything that's coming out of like the resource planning effort that is either encouraging or discouraging the economic development team to pursue, or not, maybe more importantly, not pursue projects based on what it ends up doing to our resource planning effort? I guess the underlying question is kind of like, do we really need more data centers on our system? That's kind of a generic question, but it could be posed of other things as well. So like, what do we encourage and what do we not encourage?
That's a tough question to answer, right? Because on the one hand, there are a lot of benefits from economic development, both from large installations like a data center, all the way down to a medium or smaller, or even existing customers who are expanding and developing from an economic perspective in our service territory. As a public power entity, we have the duty to serve. We also have the ability to influence the location, the timing, the integration between different businesses and different other parts of the public infrastructure we have, so that we can optimize. Ultimately, it's how can we optimize the value of the assets that are owned by our customer owners. It's the same customer owner who owns the pole and the transmission line as they own the municipal water treatment or the sewer treatment. And so that is where our ability to influence the type of business, the location, and that integration into the ecosystem of all the economic development is important. To answer your question, well, there are many sides to that story. A data center, while resource intensive and energy intensive, is very little human capital intensive. That is one of the elements that we in our region, in our state, are suffering from, is not having enough workers. We have that blessing in a way. And I appreciate that there are many people who are still looking for jobs and are unemployed, but generally speaking, the state of Nebraska and our service territory has a really low unemployment rate. So attracting large businesses that require a lot of people is also one, it's could become problematic in that the rest of us who are employing our own employees here in the region may be losing employees there. So it's a delicate balance. How we're approaching it today, we have not said no to anybody, right? And it will be a really hard push for us to say no to a specific industry or a specific customer, but rather work with them ahead of time. And I think this is where our economic development team does a fantastic job in engaging ahead of time, way before any of these businesses get any serious about coming in. We know who they are. We know how we could potentially help them find the right location, the right timing, the right integration with the system, so that we have enough time to react and really maximize the value of the assets that our customer owners have. But your question, Director Bogner, is incredibly important, and I noodle on that one. You know, as an economist, is for me that's a really important question. Really hard to find a definitive answer, but rather have the right mechanisms in place to avoid a bad outcome. And a bad outcome would be us not being ahead of the curve and just waiting for people to knock on our doors. And at that time, you are reactive and we wouldn't be able to do the work that we're doing today. Hopefully that helps.
And this is Lisa. Well said, CEO Fernandez. And the teams work extremely closely together, and they do strategize exactly the list that we go through, as well as the prospect list and existing customers, and then also with Julie's team with the existing customers. So appreciate how closely they all interrelate with each other. Over.
All right, thank you.
Great. I don't see other hands right now. If anyone else has a question and I'm not seeing you, please feel free to put your hand up. I guess, Brad, if we could put up the slide that shows the process of the resource planning. It was a little while ago. This says 102. Again, I'm not sure what number that means we're looking for, but the purple box, there you go, the purple boxes, that's the one. Just as the time throughout the year when we talk about some of these things that were probably covered in the decarb, but also influence this model. Can you highlight when we have new types of resources coming online, for example, electrified transportation, where can I ask you quickly, which box does each of these things go into? Electrified transportation.
Yeah, very good. It would go into the third box from the top on the left, the OPPD system load forecast. So as more load comes on the system, that's where we would capture. We do have an EV forecast, and I would also just offer generally we have a customer-owned generation forecast as well.
And does the customer-owned generation forecast, which box is that in?
It would primarily as an impact to load, so it would feed in through that piece of the process as well.
Great. And then the tricky one, where does storage fit in, either customer or utility scale storage?
Yeah, so the storage would be, it's a great question. I'm going to say that the best way to articulate it using this image is really on the supply side, where you know, you're discharging resources during certain periods of time. Technically, it's load and supply, And thankfully, based on the sophistication of the tools, we can properly model that in addition to the duration of the charge, I would say, at least of utility scale solar storage. And so it would fit in, one of those two, but it is both.
Great. And I asked these, I think that the part of the decarbonization workshops included a modeling assumptions update, and I'm looking at the OPPD Community Connect page. Is the modeling assumptions section still available online for people who might have questions about the inputs into our resource planning process to review? Sometimes those engagement opportunities are intended to be short term, but I don't know if that is intended to be continually available for ongoing information for the public, or do you happen to know that, or could someone let us know if that information is still available?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The videos of the workshops are out and the data release is out, and I really appreciate your comment, OPPD Community Connect being the right location to release that information.
And I guess specifically on the modeling information that was open for public input, but I don't believe discussed, and I don't, maybe Colton is available, but the modeling information, there was a very in-depth spreadsheet that was available. Is that still publicly posted on OPPD Community Connect?
Yeah, it is still posted online, and if Colton's here, certainly welcome him into the conversation, but yes, it's available.
Okay, great. Yeah, as the time when we talk about resource planning, I assume that anyone who might hear this discussion and might want more information, I'd like to be able to get them to the right place where they could find that information. So on the Pathways to Decarbonization section of Community Connect, that modeling information is available. And I personally plan to revisit again and look at that as we prepare for SD7 and the conclusion of the decarb work. I don't think that I see other hands. So I guess if we can skip to the last slide again, please. The committee felt that based on the work that's been done related to the resource planning since the last monitoring report, that we were sufficiently compliant. I have not heard anything that would indicate otherwise from anyone else. I don't know if we need to, if anyone has any thoughts about the this right now, please feel free to speak up. Otherwise, I think the recommendation is sufficiently compliant and we would move that to a board action on Thursday. I'm seeing none. Director Bogner, well, I guess no additional action needed from you at this point. It will be on the agenda for Thursday. And in that case, we will move on to the next agenda item. And I think that means Troy Vai, I believe, according to the agenda. So Troy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you just making sure you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Troy.
Fantastic. So we have two contracts that are nearly identical here today, except for voltage levels. One's a 56 MVA and the other's a 75. And just for reference, and I think we had a picture someplace, but these are very large pieces of equipment. The 56 MVA, for instance, is around 310,000 pounds once installed. And so, as you can imagine, they're pretty big. Takes a train and a truck to get them delivered to their final location. But the contract we have today is a multi-year contract. And we'll talk about the 56 first. We have 40 similar units in our service territory, ranging in age. As a reminder, with our large transformers like this, we test and inspect them yearly. And the testing is a really good indicator and proxy of extent of condition of these assets. And so we use that data a lot when making long-term decisions about replacements. This particular contract will initially procure one 56 MVA transformer, a cost of $1.55 million, which is relatively close to the engineer's estimate of 1.3, to support the inventory and to maintain two spares. Since we have so many of these in our service territory, we want to make sure we have a couple spares on hand in case we would have some unexpected outages, or we also have growth expected over the next several years. We need to be able to meet that growth to ensure reliability of our system. We had 5 proposals were received, and 3 are legally responsive, and the 4th was, and 4 were technically responsive. As far as the legally responsive, we had 1 vendor that didn't sign the bid, and 1 that submitted negotiable terms, which are not allowed for closed bids. We have Virginia Transformer Corp. Provided the lowest and best bid. It was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid. And just for reference, I believe they were incorporated around 1971. They have 3 different U.S. locations, one in Virginia, Idaho, and Georgia, as well as a plant down in Mexico. For today's discussions, Idaho would be the plant that these particular transformers would come from. We have checked references. We have neighboring utilities that use this organization in the past for transformers, and they've all been very positive. So just to make sure I highlight, this is a 1-year contract with the option to extend 4 additional 1-year terms. And it does have escalation and de-escalation formulas based upon identified indices, which in today's day and age with commodity prices and labor costs moving, it provides us some nice flexibility going forward if we end up in the next couple of years returning to more of a normal level from those commodity ranges. And with that, I will open up for any questions you might have.
Troy, is this the first time we've gone to the longer term contract on these transformers? I know historically we've always dealt with pretty wild swings in pricing and such. I don't remember us ever having a commitment, past the current purchase. Is this something new?
No, actually, over the last few years, most of our transformer contracts have been just like this, with the option to extend. It's not a fixed, option for many years. It's a year by year, which gives us a lot of flexibility if things were to change. So,
but the pricing is not fixed at all. Just to guarantee that we can get a unit.
The pricing is based upon the index. So the commodity indexes would inform the pricing, and so it's easily calculated.
Okay, thanks.
And as a reminder, these are long lead times, so we approve this now, and we would expect delivery, later next year around September.
Great. I see a hand from Director Bogner. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Do we currently have any transformers from Virginia Transformer Company on our system?
I don't believe so. Danny, are you online? I don't believe we have any, which is why we made sure we checked other utilities that have purchased transformers from them.
Yeah, Troy, I do believe that we do have a couple of Virginia transformer units on our system, although they'd be quite old by now, 25 plus years. I'd have to look up the specific detail, but we have purchased supply from this vendor in the past.
And I guess for the few that are on our system, how has that life and service quality been compared to other transformer manufacturers?
It's been solid. Yeah, no complaints. It's definitely a vendor we would go back to again. So no specific data showing up being a 25-year-old asset that would indicate that it's got any kind of reduced asset life based on the type of service that we've seen. So yeah, it's a strong performing transformer.
And they're just for reference, they are well known within the industry, very, very well known in that space, and so lots of utilities across the United States use their product.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
I don't think I see any other hands.
Right.
So I think that's all right. I guess we can move on to the next item, Troy.
Perfect. And again, yearly carbon copy here. This is the 75 NVA. We do have fewer of these in our service territory, 9 units in service today. We do not have a current spare, which is definitely why we're starting to move forward. Historically, we've had a transformer that could be moved from a current location because that location was not as heavily loaded, so it could have been moved to this other location. But in this case, we've had some load growth that we have experienced in that location, as well as we're expecting to see more. So having one on site from an inventory standpoint is the right path forward. The purchase price would be $1.75 million, with an estimate of about $1.5 million from the engineer. We received 4 proposals, and I will say that there were many more entities out there that we sent the RFP to, so it wasn't just these 4 or 5. But it's a pretty busy market these days. 2 were legally and 3 were technically responsive. Again, 1 bidder didn't sign a proposal, the same one as on the last contract, and also 1 provided negotiable terms, which are not allowed under this process. Again, Virginia Transformer Corp proposal was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid. And again, same as the last contract, it allows for 4 additional 1-year terms with an acceptable escalation and de-escalation formula.
Great. Troy, you did mention the term lowest and best. Can you highlight in particular why was Virginia determined to be lowest and best? Is there an additional consideration outside of price that pushed them over the top?
Mainly price, but they also met the legal and technical requirements, right? So all those kind of play into that discussion. And our team also, when we're looking at suppliers of transformers, we look at risk. What is their track record? How far away are their facilities? Things of that nature all go into the evaluation. But these were pretty simple, where once the organization met the requirements from a legal and technical standpoint, the price was definitely weighed pretty heavily at that point.
Great. As you said, nearly carbon copy of the last. I don't see any additional questions, so I believe we can move forward with the next item.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Scott Edam. I'm the Director of Engineering Services in Energy Production and Nuclear Decommissioning. I'm filling in for Mary Fisher today, and I'll be presenting the next several items. The first item we're going to talk about is the North Omaha Station Auxiliary System Electrode Boiler. So per a previously approved board resolution, OPPD is authorized to refuel North Omaha Station's Unit 4 and 5 from coal to natural gas. The North Omaha Station currently uses an operating unit to provide steam to existing auxiliary systems for building heating during the winter months and to preheat combustion air during unit startups when required. Post fuel conversion to natural gas, the expected dispatch and operating scenarios for those units will change, but system protection from freezing as well as building heat for people to maintain them safe will still be needed. So based upon an economic evaluation, an auxiliary steam electric boiler was selected to be utilized at North Omaha to provide this building heat and to support cold startups of units 4 and 5 following this fuel conversion to natural gas. An electric boiler also supports the district's decarbonization strategic initiative goals. The auxiliary electrode boiler is unique and will require detailed structural, mechanical, electrical, and controls engineering, as well as construction support to ensure there will be no adverse consequences with existing interfacing systems. The district's engineer has certified the complex nature of the work, and the use of the sealed bid process is impractical and not in the public's best interest. We will solicit competitive proposals once approved from qualified contractors for the work, and utilize a negotiated process to make sure that we get the best value for the district. In support of the refuel of North Omaha 4 and 5, we expect to have this electric aux boiler in service by the 4th quarter of 2023. So the recommended action is approval of the engineer certificate to allow OPPD management to negotiate and enter into contracts for the supply of the equipment, services, design, and installation of an auxiliary steam electrode boiler at North Omaha. Does the board have any questions?
Great. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the presentation. Similar to other recommendations for use of this process related to the other assets within Power with Purpose, I'm glad to hear that we are doing what's in the best interest of our customer owners and the public, and recommending this this process for moving forward on this particular item. A steam electrode boiler is a relatively unique system. Do we have something like this anywhere else in our system now?
We do not. This will be the first one. And again, per an evaluation, we did determine that this to be the best economic for the situation and how we expect to use it.
Great, glad to hear it. Is our work, is the work intended to procure and install this, is that going to be entirely internal, or do we have an external consultant helping us with a new and unique system?
Great question. We do have internal sources applied, but we also have external support, including this negotiated contract that we expect to perform the majority of the work to ensure proper evaluation, procurement, and installation.
Sounds good. Looks like we also have a question from Director Bogner.
Okay, so more, I guess, technical questions here. We're going with a steam electrode boiler because the heating systems already in place at North Omaha are steam-based heating systems. Is that why we're going with a steam boiler here?
Correct. Under the current process, an operating unit, whether it be from coal or natural gas, we take steam out of that its system to provide steam to an auxiliary steam system. Once modified with the new electric aux boiler, that electric aux boiler will supply that aux steam, so we don't have to run one of the existing units on coal or gas.
Okay, and then so was it evaluated maybe what the efficiency gains would be to convert the building to hot water heating instead of steam-based heat?
I don't think that we did that analysis, but the analysis was completed to use the existing system, multiple different types of fuels, expected heat loads, et cetera, to determine the best economic solution.
Okay, and then sometimes when boilers exceed a certain capacity, you have to have an on-site boiler operator. So is that expected to be the case in this situation?
Yes, we do expect to utilize on-site personnel to operate the boiler.
All right, thank you.
Great, and we have a hand from CEO Fernandez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Williams. I'll just point out something that you mentioned earlier, but I want to make sure that our customer owners and everybody listening here makes that connection. This is one of the three elements of our Power with Purpose strategy. And I want to remind everyone later on, eventually when we get to the end of the committee meeting, we will have a Power with Purpose update. That update and those updates that we've been given so far have been focused on solar and the new gas generation. Going forward, as we start making these type of investments, my request for the team is going to be, we're going to start including these type of reporting under the Power with Purpose umbrella. It is incredibly important for us to know that ultimately the goals, there are a few goals, shoring up capacity, getting good reliability, reducing our carbon footprint. This investment is squarely aimed at reducing that carbon footprint. So I just want to make sure that I re-emphasize that connection that Director Williams made on Power with Purpose, as this is the third leg of that very, very important stool. So thank you for allowing me to comment.
And Chair Bogner, I do have some supplemental information that I received from someone on my team. As many of you have visited North Omaha Station, fairly large facility. The extent at which the upgrade from a steam to a water system was judged to be too economically burdensome to make it efficient.
All right, thank you. I think that Director Yoder and I probably have an uncanny interest in this from a mechanical engineer system efficiency perspective. So thanks for bearing with me on the questions. I guess with that eye to facility carbon footprint reduction, I would be curious of if the juice is worth the squeeze on that hot water conversion. And I know that steam traps are quite hairy to take care of. So I just wonder, it just makes me wonder if a life cycle cost analysis does pencil out to, in the long run, be more advantageous to move to hot water. So I will leave it to you guys. If you've already done that evaluation, great.
Great. Appreciate the additional information there. I see a hand from Director Mulhoff.
Thank you. So since this is just coming to us now and supporting of cold startups, was the decision to do this steam electrode boiler, was that part of the follow-up from the polar vortex analysis? Or is this something we would have done anyway? And does that extreme cold weather have an impact on what type of system we put in the North Omaha Station 4 and 5 going forward?
A great question, Director Mulhoff. Yes, we would have installed this electric aux boiler regardless. So this is one of the planned projects as part of the North Omaha 4 and 5 refuel from coal to natural gas based upon the expected dispatch and not running the units in the winter. So as part of that economic analysis, we did look at different boilers, including fuel oil, natural gas, as well as running the existing units. And again, the electric aux boiler did determine to be the most economic solution. We have accounted for the building heat loads in the wintertime with some margin to account for extreme events to ensure that systems are protected from freezing and people are kept warm and safe.
Thank you.
And I guess I want to make sure that everyone who is not at North Omaha Station recently is clear. You mentioned auxiliary boiler, but this is not related to the electric generation or operation of Unit 4 and 5. This is only related to the comfort for the humans who will be operating the facility. Is that correct?
It is correct. It's separate from generation, but it also protects all the systems from freezing and pipe bursts, which could be costly or impact the eventual generation. So it is a complete separate system to provide building heat, again, to protect any systems that have water. We still will require fire protection systems to be in service throughout the winter months. And so this auxiliary steam system will provide that building heat to prevent pipes from freezing, as well as provide a warm environment for people.
And at risk of being obvious here, because the units are not going to be running all the time. They're not going to be base load coal generation like we have them now. So they will be peaking and they will be idle for long periods of time. So we need this additional source of heat.
Correct.
Great. I appreciate the clarification. And again, those of us who were recently there as part of our tour got a chance to visit the top where the temperature is very, very elevated. And so we were familiar with temperature around the facility while operating, but comfort for humans when it is very, very cold, also important. So thank you for the clarification there for everybody. I don't see additional hands or questions. And again, board members, as a reminder, this is a process that we use when a sealed bid is not in the best interest. And so I just want to make sure that everyone is clear that we are authorizing management to negotiate and enter into the contract, and that there is no expected additional action by the board, but instead there will be updates about the process moving forward as CEO, and I'm sure you, Javier, will get that right eventually. CEO Fernandez mentioned we will expect updates only as part of the Power with Purpose updates from this point forward. So no additional action necessary after authorizing this negotiation and contract. So again, thank you for highlighting the details of this and the process that would be used. And not seeing any additional questions or comments, I think we can move forward to the next item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I do have a picture for this to help explain. So this is the Nebraska City Unit 1 combustion air preheater replacement basket and CO materials. So it's for the materials and seals only. The air preheaters transfer heat from the flue gas stream to the incoming combustion air and are an essential component of Nebraska City Unit 1. The preheaters were inspected during the scheduled spring of 2021 unit outage, and the cold end baskets of the combustion air preheaters require replacement. So those are the pictures that are being shown right now. On the left-hand side is a picture that we took during the 2021 outage this past spring. You can see that there's degradation, corrosion products, and the baskets do not have their original appearance as they show on the right-hand side. So these are very large machines. The preheaters are approximately 38-foot diameter. There's 3 rows of baskets, and each set of baskets is about 12 inches thick. So this is the one layer, or the cold end, that you're seeing the damage there. This damage that we, again, did this inspection by qualified, knowledgeable individuals, is judged to challenge the safe and reliable operation of Nebraska City Unit 1 if we do not replace these air preheater baskets during the next scheduled outage in the spring of 2022. The original equipment manufacturer, or the OEM, of the air preheaters, Arvos Ljungström, maintains the dimensional data of the air preheater baskets as proprietary information. They are the sole vendor with the dimensional design information required for the correct fabrication and thus proper fit of these replacement baskets. A contract for installation of the preheater baskets will be awarded separately and not part of this. The installation will occur in the spring of 2022 during a scheduled unit outage. The lead times for these components have increased significantly, and so action is required now to meet those outage milestones. So again, we are requesting the Board of Directors authorize us to negotiate a sole source contract with the Arvos Ljungström for the purchase of replacement cold end baskets for Nebraska City Unit 1 to allow the continued safe and reliable operation of that unit. Questions for me?
Great, thank you, Scott. So for clarification, you referred to it in a very long product title, the air preheater replacement basket. So this is to warm the air that is used for combustion in the facility. Is that correct?
Correct. So for the mechanical engineers in the crowd, that raises the system efficiency, and they are required as part of the combustion air inlet to the boiler.
Very good. Are the current baskets the original equipment from when the station was originally constructed?
They are not. They are replaced on a recurring basis based upon the corrosion and damage that the picture indicated.
And do we have information about the last time that the baskets were replaced?
Yes, these the baskets are normally replaced on a 3 to 8 year frequency. These baskets were replaced in 2019, so they are on the lower end of expected replacement.
And do we have any indication of what caused the accelerated timeline on need for replacement now?
Yes, some of the emissions control chemicals that are used in the process are leading. They have a acidic environment in the gases, and so that leads to the accelerated corrosion.
And you mentioned 3 to 8 years as the expected timeline. So with the emissions control being in place and operating moving forward, do we expect an accelerated replacement schedule from this replacement moving forward, or what expected useful life do we have for the equipment after replaced in spring of 22?
Yeah, just to be more specific, the increased corrosion is due to the brominated powder and activated carbon that is used for mercury removal for this unit. It's very difficult to judge the exact life. Again, we've seen the 3 to 8 years. We are looking at revising into the chemicals that we use for that mercury control to help reduce the corrosion. But again, the mercury control is within the permit limits, so we also have to abide by that as well.
Great. And not all contaminants are the same. Please do everything necessary to stay within the limits on mercury. That is particularly dangerous and important. Director Bogner, I see you have a question.
Yeah, so is this type of proprietary issue common in the equipment and assets that we own? How often do we run into this issue?
We do have, I would say it common is probably too strong a word. There are several systems, including this and other units. In fact, that one of the next projects we'll talk about where the OEM has the information and the engineered solution. So it normally occurs with larger pieces of equipment. Again, this is a huge machine in which it's a very specialized application. And so when the plants are built, they connect the piping or air ducts in this place on either end of it. But the heart of the operation is proprietary to the original supplier. So we are somewhat held by that process.
All right, and then just a follow on for the new generation assets that we're procuring under Power with Purpose, do you anticipate running into similar proprietary issues with those projects? And if so, how we might avoid that before we start purchasing a lot of things?
That's a good question. I would expect some proprietary challenges with respect to the original units, the generation, the combustion turbines, and the reciprocating engines. I'll have to review further to look what options we have as part of the EPC contracting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I do not see other hands, but I guess we talked about the process that was mentioned for the auxiliary boiler just a second ago. Can you reaffirm the difference in that process from this process, from what it is that we are asked to authorize staff to carry out from here forward?
Yes, in the previous case, the aux boiler was a very complex and detailed system. And so the ability to negotiate with a potential supplier allows us to get the best value for the district, which includes price, design, schedule, etc. In this case, because we do have those proprietary issues and the best product is from the original equipment manufacturer, we basically will still negotiate to get the best value, but the product is from a single source. And so we're utilizing that part of the statutory allowance and using when the district's engineer has certified that is the sole source for the equipment.
Director Williams, just to add a little bit to that from the legal perspective, Mr. Edom has accurately described the two different processes. Both of those processes are authorized under the state statute that governs sealed bidding for public power districts, and wisely so, because the statutes recognize that while the preference is for sealed bidding, there are circumstances where that's not possible, and we have two examples of that here in the last two items.
Very good. Appreciate the clarification there. So on this one moving forward, not part of Power with Purpose, and no additional action expected from the board, but potentially an update provided as this moves forward through the systems committee. Is that what we would expect, Scott?
Correct.
Great. Again, just making sure that we set expectations after the approval, after the decision about the approval on Thursday, about what we would hear moving forward. I don't see any additional questions from other directors about this item either. So hearing and seeing none, we can move to the next item on the agenda.
Okay. Third item is the Cass County Station, both units 1 and 2 direct air injection system. This is to provide services for the design, supply, and installation of that direct air injection system. Both Cass County Station Unit 1 and 2 gas turbines have been evaluated and should be upgraded with this system to maintain the reliability of each unit. We have observed blade rubbing where tight clearances are affected by thermal gradients that exist in the machine when it's cooling down after running the unit. And as you know, as a peaking unit, it does get dispatched from time to time. Both of these units are scheduled for major inspections, blade refurbishment or replacement in 2022, maintenance outages in the spring and the fall. Following this blade refurbishment or replacement work, clearances in both machines will approach previous newer conditions before the rubbing occurred. The units have both been in service since 2003. Installation of the DIAS or direct air injection system upgrade for Cass County units will protect the newly refurbished or replaced blades from this rubbing damage that has previously been experienced. Again, the district's engineer has certified the complex nature of the work and that the original equipment manufacturer, Siemens Energy in this case, is the only available source of supply for the direct air injection system. The equipment controls and logic associated with the upgrade is proprietary to Siemens and is unique to their equipment. The DIAS is Siemens' engineered solution to the blade rubbing issue, and our new combustion turbines at Turtle Creek Station will have this system installed as part of that process. The district plans to solicit a sole source proposal from the OEM Siemens Energy for the work. A negotiated contract process will provide us more time to develop that detailed work plan and optimize our project schedule, pricing, and address risk. We do plan to install these new systems again in the spring and fall of 2022 during a scheduled maintenance outage, with Unit 2 going first and Unit 1 to follow in the fall. Again, our requested and recommended action is the approval of the engineer's certification and authorization of management to negotiate and enter into a contract with Siemens Energy for the supply of the services, equipment, design, and installation of direct air injection systems at both Units 1 and 2 at Cass County Station. Does the board have questions on this item?
Great, thank you, Scott, and especially technical information presented by the Systems Committee today, but appreciate all of the follow-up that we've had. So process question first. We just talked about a few different processes. This is negotiate and contract with Siemens. Again, the OEM type process, like the last item, you would describe it as a similar process as the last item. Is that correct?
Correct.
So an approval now and then updates in the future, but not any additional board action after the authorization for the negotiation.
That is accurate, Director Williams.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about this particular item or about the technical information that's been presented?
Kind of ramping up on technical content, just to, so.
It is indeed. I'll be very curious how we follow that in the PI. It's going to be high bar for technical detail. On this one, Scott, you mentioned that this was, it sounds like a new type of system that will be installed at the new facility at Turtle Creek, but this was not an expected type of upgrade from these facilities when they were originally constructed. So I guess as part of the life cycle cost analysis, this has not been done before. This is not part of an expected maintenance cycle. Is that correct? Or how would you describe an understanding of the cost for this work now relative to when these facilities were installed, or by comparison to when the new facility is being installed now?
So there are several questions there. This solution, from what I understand, presented itself after the units were in service. Siemens provided a technical bulletin, I believe, in the 2015 to 2017 timeframe that addresses this solution. Again, as part of the new units that are being procured as part of the Turtle Creek Station, this type of system is also being supplied. So it is part of their new package to address the blade rubbing. Again, this occurs after dispatch, and it can challenge based upon the, I have the automatic light turning off for me. That's all right, I can address it. It can challenge the unit while it's on the turning gear and cause this rubbing. So we have been, I would say, lucky with respect to just having the rubbing damage vice catastrophic blade failure. But that is the primary concern, is that as we refurbish and replace these new blades and restore the unit, which again, separate process, but a hot gas path inspection. We are at the recommended interval based upon number of starts, as well as borescope inspections completed last fall, indicating that now is the right time to perform that outage. We're going to take the benefit of having that scheduled and installing this to again ensure the future reliable operation of the units and help mitigate the impact of this blade rubbing damage that we have observed. So I'm not sure if that answered all of your questions with respect to life cycle cost. We are incorporating this in the these units are part of the portfolios for generation, and the asset management plans will be updated accordingly.
Yeah, I guess this is another item where there's an authorization to negotiate and does not include, for obvious reasons, an expected price. Can you help us understand something like order of magnitude? Is this a relatively inexpensive upgrade to the existing facilities, or any type of information you can provide about, you know, how generally much of an impact is this to the overall operation of this facility?
I would say, you know, the approximately greater than $2.5 million for both units.
Great, and I'm not looking for extreme detail. I guess I am just looking to understand the scope of the approval that we are asked to provide at this time, because there is not an additional action in the future, which is why I wanted to highlight in the last couple items, generally, what is it that we are being asked to authorize now without additional approval in the future. So thank you for the relative scope of the investment here. Yep. I don't see any additional hands.
Just a quick, and I know you've addressed this before, and the reason why we're not giving out too much specific information is so that we have a lot more ability to negotiate, right? And so I think a great question, order of magnitude, but the reason why we're hesitant to provide any more detailed information is to get the best deal for our customer owners.
Yep, no more detailed information is needed. I just want to make sure that board members are clear about kind of the relative scope compared to overall budget or overall, you know, again, life cycle cost of a facility like this. Sounds to be relatively low compared to the overall, you know, original cost and operation of the facility. So appreciate that clarification and detail that you can provide at this time. Again, I don't see any additional questions. As you said, highest possible technical detail at the end. So thanks very much, Scott. And I do say kudos to you on the efficiency of the lighting in your facility. With that, we'll move to the last item, the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Thank you.
Yep. And thank you, Director Williams. Again, I don't know about the control system. Aha, there, control systems works now. I'll be covering this as well. Mo, if you can go to the next slide, there's several pictures that I think help illustrate the discussion. So in addition to the safe and secure dry storage of fuel at the facility and any required preventive maintenance or surveillance test, we did do some major activities in July. Demolition of the maintenance, chemistry, and old security buildings have been performed. So what's being indicated here is an overhead view facing to the east. On the north side, or the left-hand side of the left picture, you can see going from top to bottom, that'll be the maintenance shop and the chemistry buildings. And on the right-hand picture in that same area, again to the north of the plant, you can see that those buildings have been demolished with active demolition and rubble cleanup in progress. So some major changes to the skyline of Fort Calhoun, good safe progress there. The interior demolition of the service building, which again in this picture is to the east or at the top of the picture of the reactor containment, which is the big round building. That is underway, and asbestos abatement in the turbine building is complete. Next picture, Mo, next slide. Oh, and these are just some side views of some of the rubble and demolition activities in progress. Again, some pretty major activities being completed at the site safely. Next slide, please, Mo. Up, and here is a picture of the old security building. So this security building is not performing, was not performing any function right now. It was the original one that was in place in past years. We did upgrade that, and again, the new integrated facility is the site access and for the facility moving forward. So again, those are various pictures with the existing on the upper left, and then some side views showing that the building's been completely razed to the ground. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a picture of the containment access enlargement. So this activity is being completed by some heavy hydraulic equipment, and it's necessary to support move-in of equipment. So the upper left picture, so this is looking north from bird's eye view. So you can see kind of the off-normal color of the concrete. That was the 2006 axis when we replaced new components for the nuclear steam supply. On the middle picture at the bottom shows the rooms that covered the equipment hatch being removed for access. And then the picture on the right is again that heavy hydraulic equipment carving into the side of containment to widen the opening for the eventual larger equipment move in. So those are some updates with respect to the demolition progress at Fort Calhoun. In addition, we completed an NRC third quarter regular inspection with positive comments with no violations or findings. And also the Decommissioning Oversight Committee conducted an assessment of decommissioning performance. The 3-member team expressed confidence on progress, as well as offered some recommendations that the site will be taking under consideration for improvement. And I know several of you were at that decommissioning oversight exit meeting, so appreciate the support there. Any questions for me on the nuclear oversight and activities at Fort Calhoun?
Glad to see the technical language moving forward here. Containment, access, enlargement, a very technical way to describe the process that we see in the pictures here. Well done. I don't see any hands or questions. I was able to attend the DOC exit meeting again, and appreciate the opportunity to have that view of the process and to hear both the positive feedback and some of the recommendations moving forward from the committee. That's very helpful. I think that I highlighted earlier that some of the systems committee members were able to take a tour at the North Omaha station, and we also have tours planned at both the Fort Calhoun station and the community solar in the near future. So thank you for making that available. I'm looking forward to seeing this facility in a dramatically different state than the last time I visited. And I appreciate the updates that have come on the monthly basis here with photos about the progress that we continue to make. So again, oh, I'm sorry. I do see a comment from Director Molhoff. Go ahead, Janice.
I didn't get my hand raised early enough. So Scott, how are we doing with budget? And usually Mary talks about, how we're running under budget, and I haven't heard anything about that lately. So good job, by the way. I mean, it looks like great progress up there, and I know folks are working hard to get everything accomplished. So thanks.
Thank you, Director Molhoff, for the question. Based upon some of the DOC or Direct Decommissioning Oversight Committee comments, the team at Fort Calhoun is reviewing, and Mr. Euling plans to provide an update next month. So that is under review, and I don't have all the specifics now.
I can chime in quickly, wearing my old hat as CFO in here. I think project-wise, my understanding is we're doing okay. We're doing well. There are a few things as the work continues. We're getting into more complex, more complicated work, and we may find a few things that may require a little bit more work than we had planned. Overall, I can say that the project is coming in on budget based on the projects. And I caveat that because we found an opportunity to accelerate some work that would have otherwise been planned for 2022 that we have accelerated into 2021. All of those monies are in the decommissioning trust funds, so we have the money. We can advance that work, but technically speaking, we are scheduled to spend more money in 2021 than we had originally budgeted for, all for good reasons. But you will hear more about these, I believe, next month when we are going to come back to the board with a resolution to authorize that increase in expenditures, and these will be one of those components. All good news, but I do want to be super transparent that we are above what we plan to spend this year because of the good opportunity we have to advance this work.
Great. Now I do not believe I see any additional hands. So with that, I believe that concludes the Systems Committee report, and we get back to the next committee. Chair Bogner.
All right, thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break at this time. So please come back at, it looks like 2:52 is when we will return. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started again if I have everyone back. All right, Director Mulhoff, you're up.
Okay. Well, you know, I don't think I have any engineers on my committee, so no, we won't have a lot of technical information here. So this is the PI committee met on August 10th. We had a legislative and regulatory update with Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Voiles, and they will be presenting later today briefly. We reviewed the block rate update, and you've already seen that. We got a preview of the July 10th storm update that you all will see at the board meeting on Thursday. And the quarterly customer trends update has been added to the PI committee materials and diligent. Going forward, the monthly trending slides will be included in this report to the PI committee quarterly. So we won't have monthly updates on that. We'll have quarterly reports. Overall, age debt is decreasing for both residential customers and commercial industrial. There's a few outliers, but that's improvement overall. And then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Olson and her team for a legislative update.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Mulhoff. Greatly appreciate it. You know, while we may not have engineers on our team, we do engage with engineers and they love it. I'll never forget when we started with the stakeholder process and bringing it into the engineer world. I told Mo Dogman, I said, I think we're moving your cheese. And he goes, oh, I know you're moving our cheese. So it's been a great partnership between all of the business units. And with this legislative update, we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening on the state, but then definitely the federal side with the infrastructure bill. A lot of moving parts, and Seth and the team and Tim O'Brien have been all over that and keeping the board up to date on that. And then later on, you'll hear about Power with Purpose and how we engage on the local level more than we ever have regarding permitting for our new generation for solar, as well as our peaking stations and so forth. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but in public affairs, we tend to touch it all behind the scenes, and relationships matter. So speaking of that, our quarterback and coach, Tim O'Brien, can talk about the legislative and our interim studies and where we're at during the session and what's next. Tim?
Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to speak with everyone this afternoon on the legislative update. As Lisa said, we're going to talk about where we're at in our state journey for the year and where we're going, and then where we're at on the federal side, and there'll be a lot more work in that court as well. So want to say thanks to our team, and then so many of us that support our efforts. We're a small team that relies on so many of the folks across the district, as Lisa mentioned earlier. On the legislative calendar, I'm going to use this as a placeholder to talk just briefly about the special session first, and then I'll move into the interim studies. So the special session, Speaker Hilliger sent a memo to the senators and told them to be available from September 13th to the 30th, and also to prepare to work on Saturdays. The special session must last at least 7 days, and then there's also some time potentially left if there's a veto by the governor. The discussion is limited to the redistricting plan that needs to be delivered by October 1st, but there could be some discussion on governor appointments to certain boards or organizations where the governor has that authority, so we could see some of that activity. October 1st is the deadline. That way the Secretary of State can prepare for, and local officials for, the 2022 election cycle. Right now, the Legislative Research Division is doing work to lay out the data needed for the legislature to do their special session. The first couple days of the legislative session will be about hearings. So every bill that's associated with this process, there'll be hearings on various aspects from the redistricting committee. Data was released last Thursday, the first sort of cut of the census. The UNO's Center for Public Research did an excellent job summarizing this data. If you can go to their website, they have a really great PowerPoint, and they actually have a hour-long presentation around the data. I just wanted to hit a few points that relate to our work and then possibilities for the board as well. The state grew quite a bit at 7.4%. 3 of our 13 counties lost population, less than 10%. Douglas, Sarpy, and Lancaster now contain 56% of the state's population. So that's an increase of nearly 136,000 since the last census. And then from the unicameral perspective, the average size of the legislative district is about 40,000. The redrawing of districts cannot change by 10%. I think no greater than 10%, and they shoot for plus or minus 5%, so around that 40,000 level. So there's some pretty good changes. To give you an example, the Elkhorn district, District 39, has about 60,000 people in that district now. And then on the other side, District 47 of 10 Panhandle counties, that has decreased to about 34,000. So there's pretty big implications on how some of the redistricting will occur from the legislative perspective. So I wanted to share that as well. Also on the congressional side, I'll just take this pause to mention this. Each district is about 654,000. And so there's 100,000 difference between the 2nd district and the 3rd district now. So that will be another topic of discussion. So that's sort of the lay of the land of how things are going to occur in Lincoln. Certainly we'll keep a close eye and focus on that. There are also probably some time to check in with senators on their legislative resolutions, which I'll talk about in a second. And I know Mr. Bruckner and Mr. Foch are very familiar with the process that relates to the board redistricting for OPPD. So that's my update on the special session. I'm going to move into the interim studies. There's 3 slides that I have on the interim studies. These are the big ones we're tracking. We're certainly watching a lot of the studies. Just by means of background, legislative studies are introduced by a particular senator or even one per each standing committee around the topic that they're interested in. This is often around maybe some legislative ideas that have been part of bills or amendments or something that a particular person is interested in, or maybe for policy in the 2022 legislative session. So there's something that's very important for us in this interim work. The studies are then referred to a committee, and the committee chair then prioritizes the studies. And there's a variety of activity that can occur. Some are very detailed, some may have a public hearing and actual report with the Legislative Research Office, and others there really may not be much, if any, work related to that, or it's left to kind of the individual senator that has asked for the study process to occur. So that's a little bit of background. The reports are due December 1, if there are some, so that is a firm deadline. So between now and that time, a lot of the work happens. Many senators took a nice break, and now they're thinking about special session and then when they may schedule some of the hearings. And so you will see updates from Lisa about more intelligence that we have as the study process moves forward. So hopefully that helps lay the land of where the study process is at. I do want to touch on just a few, as I know there's been some questions, and I have a little bit of answers, but unfortunately not a lot of answers. One on this first slide, I'll talk to 2 on this slide. One is Legislative Resolution 83. I know this has been a topic around appointments for boards and commissions and similar entities. This has been referred to the Executive Committee. No hearing has been set. And I know Seth's going to talk with the senator here in the next couple of weeks or 2 to understand where this might be and when we might need to prepare for the efforts around this legislative resolution. So more to come on that one. One we do know that's quite familiar is Legislative Resolution 106. Javier has testified in front of the legislature several times. Senator Coulterman has an interest in this, to have a hearing around underfunded pension funds. And we have attended many times and shared the progress that we've made relating to our pension and retirement fund processes. So that one we are familiar with. When that's scheduled, we will attend that and speak speak on that topic. Mo, if you'd go to the second slide for me. This is probably the biggest focus for OPPD, at least from our team's perspective, is Legislative Resolution 136. This is evaluating, again, the polar vortex work and our after action reporting. We have gained some great feedback from the senator, who is the chair of the Natural Resources Committee, on the things that he's wanting to seek, and then the senator that introduced it. So we are starting to work on those materials, and then very closely with the industry and the Nebraska Power Association on how we show up for this hearing. We expect it to be sometime in late September, potentially October, on that hearing. Next slide, Mo. This is the last slide I have on the state update. There's really no major updates on this one. There was an initial hearing on 211 in Kearney, looking at construction processes, so we're continuing to watch that, but there was nothing, at least from our perspective, flagged that really relates to our business matters, at least at the time. So that concludes the state update. Seth is always a great tag team on the presentation, so let's see if there's anything else he wants to add, or if there's any questions, I'll take them on the state side. If not, we'll roll quickly into the federal update, which I'm really excited about that one.
I think you're good, Tim.
Okay. All right, on the federal side. So I think I have 3 slides here. There's a lot of work happening in Washington, and I'm sure there's so many questions that have had, and this has truly taken a team effort to track and understand and work with our industry partners. So in Washington, I'm going to kind of set the stage a little bit, and then I'll go into where the bill is and where things are going to move forward. And this I would rely on Seth a lot, because there's a lot of technical aspects on how the process may or may not move forward, and also a lot of rumored steps in this as well. So the House is coming back early from their recess, I believe on the 23rd, to get to work. The Senate will be back, I think it's on the 13th. There were some rumors on the 10th, but I believe it's the 13th, so there's a little gap until they come back. The Senate did pass the infrastructure package, which is really exciting on the breadth of topics that they were able to cover in that package and work to negotiate to get it through that step. It is a very, very large bill, over 3,000 pages. We are going through it now, looking at a lot of opportunities. And Mo, if you go to the next slide for me. There's so much packed in here. Just an example, there's $73 billion on the electric grid. The bill allocates where the funding will go. A lot of the funding will go through current channels. So for example, with the transportation side of things, a lot of that goes to the Department of Transportation, and then through the formulas for the states to receive money. In Nebraska, it comes out quite favorable in that aspect. So the Department of Transportation has a big component to this. There's some things that they're setting up around alternative fuel corridors, and there's incentives around that for alternative fuel infrastructure, not just EVs, but hydrogen and others. Then in addition to that, there's also community grants. I think there's $5 billion there that go to the states. So there's an opportunity there as well. Department of Energy is so focused and a big figure in this money disbursement process. So they take on much of the aspects around. There's a component of the bill for outage enhancement and grid resiliency. So they will be establishing a grant program on that. There's quite a bit on transit, hydrogen technology. There's a lot of research there. Carbon capture, long storage, battery, even modular reactors. Just a lot packed up into those aspects. Cybersecurity is another massive piece. There's parts that go to the regulatory side with FERC. There's others that go to the Secretary of State to sort of do a canvas on the opportunities or challenges with cybersecurity, and then move into some implementation to mitigate issues there. There's also a lot packed in the bill around weather and efficiency, weatherization. So some of the ways the dollars are flow we're familiar with the Weatherization Assistance Program, or the Community Development Block Grant that the State Economic Development Department manages. And then there's others in terms of natural disasters. There's $5 billion rolled in, for example, around fire restoration and other kinds of things. So there's so much in the bill, and many have asked, so where does OPPD fit? What do we do? So now this is where the fun happens. We work very, very closely with the industry. That APPA has been very focused to make sure as this deal is coming together that public power entities are eligible for as much of the funds as possible. That's been some challenges with some past infrastructure packages to make sure that we're eligible. They sent a nice summary. I think we loaded that for the board. So that was extremely helpful. And now the work to lobby for the funds and to use our delegation, our influence, et cetera, to monitor and watch where the dollars flow. So that's part of it. The other part is the budgeting process. And this is where Seth will have to help me, because there's great discussion on reviewing the rules of how the budget reconciliation process happens. So there's many rumors about what will happen in that, and you may have read in the newspaper that it could be as much as $3.5 trillion is kind of the top end, is where some of the groups are talking about. And the Senate has passed the resolution to start the process. They're trying to find money, I guess, is in a nutshell. So some of the funds may be clawback, so to speak, from unspent COVID funds. There's discussion on the debt ceiling, on how that's adjusted. And we are watching and trying to track the rumors is the best I can describe it. The committees are to turn in their drafts on language in mid-September. I think it might be the 15th. I don't have the date clearly in my notes. And so that's when we'll see the language to know what will be in all the aspects to pay for the budget and some of the infrastructure package. And there's just a lot of things in there, from various taxes and other ways to gain revenue. So we are focused and busy and reading a lot over the next 30 days. So that's hopefully the runway. So when we get together for the PI committee later this month, we'll have a kind of a better sense of what proposals are coming up. And in September, hopefully really be able to tell you what the words look like, because they don't exist yet fully, at least easily available to see where things are headed. So I apologize. I took a lot of notes, and I wanted to share a lot with you about the process, because it's tough to track. And Seth is my absolute expert in understanding all the process, the details. And so he's just a wonderful person on the team to help us through this. So that concludes what I'm able to provide the update on. See if there's questions, or Seth, if there's any key points that you want to leave us with on the process moving forward.
Well, Tim, I think you covered it pretty well. I just say if we have any questions, that's where, it's a lot of information, and that's the hard part. A lot of pages to read, and mainly right now it's just trying to figure out what is a rumor, what is not. The only thing I would say is for Tim, so the rumor in the House is that they're pairing the bipartisan bill that just passed with the reconciliation vote, making it twofer, and they're having some issues with that right now. Apparently 9 to 10 moderate Democrats have said they wouldn't vote for that, and now they're trying to corral those people, because that's going to happen next week, that vote on just moving forward. So we'll see where it's going to go. The numbers on the reconciliation package have ranged from $2 trillion to $10 trillion. The overall package in the Senate, it's saying right now it's starting at 3.5. We'll see where that goes, but it's a convoluted process, but it helps. They'll get all the chaotic things down into a pretty good process to go forward, and we'll see where they go. So if there's any questions.
Any questions by the board members?
Yeah, on the screen we have listening to the Clean Future Act, or the Clean Energy Standard. Can we talk a little bit more about that? I've read a little bit about how that might be implemented as a series of economic tools to push toward a clean energy standard with something like a 2035 goal. Is that your understanding of what that looks like in the reconciliation package?
Yeah, I can take this one. Great question on the clean energy standard. Right now, something like that will be started in the reconciliation package. The issue is in the House, they've always said a clean energy standard does not fit in reconciliation because of the rules of reconciliation. So they're figuring out how that's going to look like. There on one of the summaries, it says that what this will really come down to is that we'll need an 80% reduction in emissions by 2030. And then the rest of it, they're not really going to push, is what the rumor is right now for reconciliation. And in doing that, they're just going to put up an awful lot of money. That's what reconciliation is really looking at right now. But again, these are all just rumors. The only thing we've heard is 80% reductions by 2030 is what the CES will look like. And other than that, there aren't any details of anything that's going on, how that's supposed to look, how we're supposed to do it, how they're supposed to implement it either. But the issue is, realistically, to get anything in reconciliation, it has to pass the muster of the parliamentarian. And the parliamentarian is going to be the most important person in Washington, D.C. here going into the future, because she's the one that's going to say yay or nay on what's in there. But it has to affect revenue or the deficit, and something like an 80% reduction they think can get in there.
And do we have a timeline on when we expect a review by the parliamentarian on a percentage reduction set of economic incentives? Is that weeks, months? I mean, I only ask because from our SD9 discussion today on our upcoming SD7 monitoring report and other resource planning, something like an 80% reduction by 2030 would weigh very heavily on our internal projections for the future, I would think. So that point in particular seems quite important to us from other aspects.
Yeah, and right now they're supposed to get all their stuff in by the 15th. Tim previously said that. Trying to get that in there like that. The concept is that way, but the language is going to be different. It could take some time to do that. Then the parliamentarian can just say, well, this doesn't do this, this doesn't do that. So right now, I think the deadline is going to be for everything that we will see is up to then. Now, one of the caveats on that too is that this has to run through the Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee, where Senator Manchin is the chair. So he has to be okay with the 80% reduction too, which we're not really sure if he is or not going forward. Right now, him and Senator Sinema out of Arizona and a couple others have some issues with the $3.5 trillion bill. He says he won't do a dime over $2 trillion, and Sinema has similar issues that she has there. But this what's all going to go into this sausage making of the reconciliation bill to see what they can get in there. So as of right now, we're gonna monitor it as the deadline is September 15th, and whatever details we get, we will pass on as soon as we get them.
Great. Well, to that point specifically, I think a lot of the economy and the society is pointed toward that net zero goal that we have already implemented. And I'm very glad to hear that others are focused on interim metrics, something like 80% by 2030. I appreciate that focus externally. And as we move forward, I hope we can keep something like that in mind as well. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you all for all your work. It's fast and furious. I know in Washington D.C. and even in the legislature during the interim, there's a lot of balls to juggle. So thank you for that, and I'll just pass it back to Amanda.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up on our agenda, we have the confirmation of the board meeting agenda. We did have a request earlier today to add an action item related to a mask policy for our board meetings. Director Kavanaugh, I just want to circle back. Is that something you still want to pursue on Thursday?
If you're going to be telling people what to do when they come to a government meeting, darn well ought to have the do it the right way. And I don't see how a committee meeting decision can be binding in this regard. So
okay.
I think we should proceed this way. We should proceed by, if we're going to do it with the actual board resolution.
All right, very good. So just to tie up the loop, I guess, Javier, who on your team, I've conversed a little bit with Scott Foch about preparing a resolution for this. When will that be available for us to see? Will that be tomorrow afternoon?
We'll work on it tonight, and I know there are certain time frames for us to post the agenda, so we'll work on it tonight, and we'll get it back to you as soon as we can, either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning.
All right, very good. Let's see, are there any requests to move any of the consent items that are listed here to the action item list?
Director Bogner, we received a board contact form communication about the policy change on rate 483. And so I'm not sure if we expect that there will be any public input at the time of that, since we don't have public input today. But I do think that since we have received communication through the board contact form, we might reasonably assume the desire for that to be discussed directly. So I think that would be a good action item.
Okay, let's move rate 483 net metering limit increase to 100 kW resolution to the action item list. Any other changes that we need to make here?
That was the only one that I had in mind as well.
All right, I think we're good on the agenda then. Let's see, here are the other items that we're going to be talking about after consent and board action. Just to reiterate for the public, we will have the initial report related to the July storm outage and response. And then we will have a special public comment period following that item before we head into the president's report. So there'll be an opportunity for the public to address us specifically related to that topic. And I don't think we need to add any other items to this list. What do you think, board? All right, let's move on. Okay, and then we have the board work plan. We did update this to reflect a few things that are coming up. So as the directors know, we have the board governance workshop scheduled for October 5th, and anticipate that we will be discussing SD11 and SD13 to some extent during that those workshops. And then we also have SD2 rate policy revision that we've added some new context to as well. Let's see. Oh, this Director Yoder had proposed language related to SD2 that we are still working through refining and discussing, and anticipate that we'll be continuing that discussion in September. Anything else that we need to add to this? All right. Oh, go ahead.
And on SD9, and we talked a little bit about the report today. And I guess looking at the timeline here, I don't see a clear specific deadline after the monitoring report or next steps identified for SD9 language update moving forward. My understanding is we were looking at potentially by the end of the year to have a recommendation on a language update for SD9. And if perhaps someone from the systems committee staff could help clarify whether that update's appropriate, I'd appreciate it.
Director Williams, this is Scott. That is my understanding. The intention for SD9 is to have a draft for board, or at least for committee review by end of year for sure.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
All right, let's move to the next slide. These are items on the parking lot. Let's see. Director Yoder, do you have an update on the SD1 topic here that you wanted to discuss during this time? Kind of putting you on the spot, I'm sorry. So as the Yoder and Foch will update committee on discussion during the 8-12 committee.
So this goes back to the report out that board member Moody did under governance. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. And So the preview was done during governance. There will be a full discussion at the next governance meeting is what I understand we will be doing. And that's what the red line is referring to here.
All right, thank you for connecting those dots for me. Okay, the day has been long. Okay.
Yep.
Anything else that we need to add to the parking lot at this point? All right, very good.
Sorry, real quick. Is that out of the parking lot? I mean, that feels like that's not parked anymore.
Yeah, you make a good point.
That's fair. Should it be moved to basically the sheet on the table on the previous slide of things that are
If I may
under
add,
discussion?
if I may add, part of the conversation was this may never actually make it to the work plan because there was this thought that it could be addressed immediately, really from parking lot. The action would take place, it would be addressed, and then it would go into completed item. That was a conversation we've had in the past. Not to debate it at the end of a long day or a long meeting.
All right, thanks, Scott.
But that's why I was sitting in the parking lot still.
Okay, I think we're still getting used to this format. So, all right, let's move on. The next item here is a Power with Purpose update. Is Scott Edom going to be leading this discussion? Javier, do you want to start?
Yeah, so I think we have a team. It takes a village. So I think we have both our representatives from the energy production business unit as well as public affairs. I would like to open these by saying how proud I am of the work that we have continued to do, the big milestones that the team is going to present here today, and take yet another opportunity to remind our public that while we will hear about natural gas generation project, the fuel supply on the new plants, we'll hear about the stakeholder outreach. It's important to remember that there are other aspects of Power with Purpose that we will not hear about today. Part of it is the utility scale solar work that we continue to advance, and the changes that we are starting to contemplate and make on the North Omaha station. So you will hear today about a portion of relevant information that we have today for Power with Purpose. So with that, I don't know if I'm guessing Megan Walker will start the presentation on the natural gas generation project.
Yep, that's correct, Javier. Thank you. So our updates today include our backup natural gas generation project and fuel supply, as well as stakeholder outreach and communication. Next slide. So for our gas backup generation projects, a reminder that we have made selections for our major equipment. We've executed contracts with Siemens Energy Incorporated for 2 simple cycle combustion turbines, as well as executed a contract with Wärtsilä for 9 reciprocating internal combustion engines. From an air permitting perspective, specifically an air quality construction permit, we have submitted to the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy permits for both Standing Bear Lake Station and just recently, within the last few days, Turtle Creek Station. So those have been submitted. We do require review and approval from the NDE in order to commence major construction at our sites. From the fuel supply perspective, natural gas supply infrastructure agreements are being finalized with Metropolitan Utility District, or MUD, for the Standing Bear Lake Station and Northern Natural Gas, or NNG, for Turtle Creek Station. The gas supply agreement for MUD, for Standing Bear Lake Station, is being coordinated with the land lease for that site as well. Any questions on this slide before I proceed? Okay, next slide, please. Since the last time we've met, we have issued, reviewed proposals, and awarded a contract related to earthwork or preliminary grading at both the Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake Station. This is to prepare the site for preliminary grading. The final preparation will be done by the EPC vendor, or engineer, procure, construct vendor. And this is just kind of to take the opportunity of the good weather and prepare the site to minimize any major grading or efforts needed or required by the EPC vendor. The final grading will be completed by the EPC vendor once that is selected. And we have awarded this contract to Ames Construction, Inc. They will be responsible for the preliminary grading at both of those sites. And grading is anticipated to start yet this month. Okay, next slide, please. And I did want to provide an update on our engineer, procure, and construct sourcing process. The scope of this includes both sites, both Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake, includes both generation and substation work. And so a reminder that we had a two-part process that we were utilizing. Part one was a request for qualifications, sending that out to interested EPC vendors to determine those that met financial, technical, and managerial qualifications and selecting the best from that list. And in that process, we selected Black & Veatch, Hewitt, and Zachary. Under part two, we issued the request for proposal for the EPC for the both sites and substation. That was issued on April 16th to all three of those vendors. And then we recently have received those proposals back on June 28th. An evaluation is in progress for those proposals. On the right-hand side, we've captured the major milestones for this sourcing effort. We are looking to award a contract at the end of this month or early September, and our commercial operation dates for both sites are listed as well. I'm happy to answer any questions before we would move on to the stakeholder or outreach update.
I don't have any requests to ask a question, but if there are any board members that want to ask, just jump in. I think you're good to move on.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to the stakeholder outreach and communication team.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Pleasure to speak with you again. Just a few minutes later, I have just one slide as I know we're rounding out our day, but wanted to provide an update on our stakeholder engagement activities, which are continuing to be very strong and robust. One of the things we've committed to do is just continue to stay in touch with the community. And one of the items that's the first tack on the bullet is the city of Papillion. As a reminder, we worked through their, I would call nearly full entitlement process from site planning and development agreement, et cetera. And so we checked in with them a couple weeks ago, provided a very similar update, just as Ms. Walker spoke about or where we're at on the project. And then we're going to commit to touch base later on. So we're continuing to stay up to speed with them. Also on both sites, knowing that project activity and as we're getting back to school, we wanted to provide notification to those that live around the sites around grading that will occur. And so we did that. We also are really enhancing our OPPD Community Connect website to provide a journey along the whole construction project of the facilities, which I'm excited about. So we'll have videos and photos, and then really be a resource if people have questions, and awareness of when things will move forward is really, the site will change a lot as certainly dirt's moved, but in the spring when construction begins, and be able to be a resource if there's questions or things that our stakeholders don't understand. So you'll see some evolution of OPPD Community Connect over the coming weeks. We are also continuing to engage the community there. We're going to attend the Ramble Ridge Homeowners Association. They've asked us to come speak there. We're very open. It's fun to talk about the work that we're doing. And so if there's others that I would ask board members, if you have ideas of other groups that we need to inform or share updates with, we would gladly take that feedback as well. Next, on the solar side, we have continued to be really busy on this side of just continued monitoring of all of the opportunities across our service area, and as just in general, as counties or cities are making updates to their planning and zoning regulations. Just as early as last week or 2 weeks ago, Cass County provided updates to their regulations around solar as an example. And so we've been continuing to be a resource to them if they have questions on that particular topic. We also remain very, very active in Saunders County, and I'm pleased to report we've had immense progress there. As part of a conditional use permit for the Platteview Solar Project, we had to work with CE, and their CE is really responsible for this, but OPPD has been very close to that, just with our connected to the community, to do 3 parts for the conditional use permit. Complete a decommissioning plan and agree with the county on that. Do a roads agreement to make sure that the roads are maintained and put back into the condition in which they were found. And then lastly, a landscaping agreement. And Michaela Valentine from my team was in Saunders County today, and they improved the last piece of this effort for the landscaping plan. So all of the conditions for the project are done. So we weren't concerned about them, but we're really pleased that they are done. It's been a big lift to get those done. Even things like the landscaping plan, that was a big lift. So I want to thank our development partners, Community Energy, on that aspect. So excited about that there. Wanted to share just that real-time update that happened just a couple hours ago. That concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to take questions if you have them, but we'll have continued updates as we continue our Power with Purpose journey, as was stated earlier.
All right, thank you, Tim, and congratulations on that landscape plan. I know we were talking about it earlier today, so good news there. Any questions from the directors? Director Williams.
Great, thank you. Yes, glad to hear the update about how well everything is moving at all 3 of the facilities that we talked about. And I think it's important that anyone who might still be joining us here today or might catch this recording at a later date to remind them that although we don't have public engagement today, we did also receive a closed session update this morning. And so it might seem as though the directors don't have a lot of engagement right now, but I appreciate all of the additional information that has been provided to us, as was discussed at the beginning of the Power with Purpose process. And while not all of that is provided publicly now, I do appreciate everything that is provided, and I look forward to additional updates publicly in the near future. So thank you for the update today and for the ongoing work.
All right, thank you, Eric. Any other directors want to comment on it this time? All right, I think that with that, I see no other requests. So I think we're at a point where we can conclude this meeting, and I look forward to seeing you all on Thursday. Thank you.